Festival main event day 2, starting in 2 minutes, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. Testing, ready for Festival main event day 2. 2 minutes, 0, 2, 1, 159, 8, 7, 6, 5. 40 seconds, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32. Hello everyone and welcome back to the festival. We have the weekend action commencing now. Day 2 of the main event will be underway very shortly, so stay tuned. We've got a bumper lineup of players coming. We'll give you information on that shortly. You can see in the top right of our screen 983 players. So a bumper prize pool of around about 500k is what we are deciding over not only today but tomorrow. Today we will be playing down to 16 players, so the final 2 tables of 8. Lots of work to do to get there. 124 left at the moment and we are in the money. So let's wait for the players to stack their chips and we will be underway very shortly. Information on the players is coming.
Just want to make sure that I'm...
Spotlight.
Blind date,
So for the feature table we have Timo Heikki Kovusalu from Finland in seat 1. He's got 115,000 in chips. We have Jan Frederick Nordli from Denmark, Jakub Janosowski from Slovakia, local player, very well known on the local circuit. Espen Ringstad from Norway with a big stack, 378k. He's in seat 4. It's Darius Marcin Soen from Poland, another short-ish stack with 136k. Jan Erik Larsen Iversen in seat 6, another Norwegian and another big stack, 521k for him. And it's Raymond Bertus de Groot making up one of 2 Dutch players. He's got 255k, and it's Bas de Laat in seat 8, the other Dutch player that will be joining us on the feature table, as Jakub Janosowski now taking his seat in seat 3.
Akože nie nejako katastrofálne. Pastí to, ale prežijem. Dobre. Ja si budem tak počítať.
Ja, beter dan dat.
Okay, guys, small information before when we start. All electric things, smartwatch, phones, here on the table, please.
Smartwatch. No.
Huh? I cannot call with this or anything. It's actually empty. It's literally you wish it if you want. Empty.
Everybody says that.
All smartwatch. Also, everyone just.
Thank you for everybody joining us on Twitch and YouTube and also Facebook as well, potentially. Hopefully you are going to be enjoying the show here. As, of course, the devices are being confiscated. There's confirmation of the starting chip stacks on the feature table. Advantage Norway at the moment, but of course anything can happen in tournaments. Making it in the money is the first port of call. Line starting at 3K, 6K, so no one really in absolute sort of chaos mode to find a double up. 18 to 23 big blinds is a very playable stack. Decent structure here at the festival main event, as you'd imagine, for our flagship tournament. But both Norwegians with mighty stacks sat in the middle of the table.
Yeah, that one. This one is gonna be empty. So.
What game are they playing, says Chips 1887. We are playing multi-table tournament format of No Limit Hold'em. So the winner will be getting the lion's share of the €500,000 prize pool. Looking forward to seeing who's going to be taking that one down. That's going to have to wait till tomorrow, however. We are going to be playing down to 16 players today, so it's another 108 bust outs to go. Lots of streaming today and also tomorrow as well with the structure. Could be in for a late one over the weekend here, but that's what we're here for. Looking forward to it.
That's why I checked it. The light, but I like to have a hoodie, but
Ja sam bola tu na formátu.
it was cool that you this is gonna be nice. And now we can play naked because we're so hard. I think the stream will be shut down if we play.
So, action underway and a good start for the Finn. Koivu Salo.
Sir, can you put the cards on the cube, please? No, the cards.
Apologies for the pronunciation if it's not on. I'm sure someone will point me where I'm going wrong.
Well,
You can put them back later on, but they have to read it and then you can have them all.
I've got the chats for the festival Twitch and Banco Casino YouTube. So if anyone wants any questions, feel free to ask on those two platforms. We do have the confirmed payouts. Oh, look at this. Let's get back to that in 1 second as we've got Ace Queen suited ×2 facing the Kings of Iverson here. So it's going to be Scandinavia. The battle of the Scandinavians here. So we've got Finland opening, Denmark 3-betting, and Norway coming in for the cold 4-bet with the pocket kings here. Absolute violence in the first hand as Baz over in seat 8, enjoying what he's seeing.
5-bet time.
What do we do here as the Finn? +1. I imagine that these guys have been playing already on the outer tables and have just moved over for us on the stream. But Ace Queen suited, by no means an easy decision here. You feel Ace King is always going in, but versus certain players also an argument for finding a way to get out with ace king sometimes in this spot. +1 versus +2 versus small blind. These ranges are razor thin. It's not like cutoff button and big blind or something like that. Cutoff button, small blind. So Koivusalu is going to go for the 5-bet rip, committing his 18 big blinds, 19 big blinds or so.
And then we were through. Rick, this is detail.
It's 115.
And it was
That was
78.
78.
Whilst we're waiting for Nordley, who I think has a pretty trivial decision here, just going to be folding versus this action with ace-queen suited.
Experience.
Does get out the way. And Iverson, of course, happy to get it in with the kings. And on the backs, 2 outs immediately for Koivusalu. And he does have the diamonds as well. You did see, of course, the other ace-queen folded, so 2 aces available. Can he find one? Well, it's a king in the window, so it's going to need some backdoor diamonds or a backdoor straight here. Could he be dead on the turn? No. So a 10 and a 10 only for the fin. Can he find it? No. Nice pot there for Iverson. Straight off the bat, and we already lose 1, so we're down to at least 123. Warzone, says Time1146. Absolutely.
I'm glad he saved me.
I actually didn't see he opened first.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, same thing.
That doesn't really matter.
No,
does it?
no. Yeah, it's queen of hearts.
When he has
Obviously no good in that spot.
4 forward,
Hey, I go.
See the one.
Things are good in Bratislava, my friend.
he kan sette 4 før.
It's my second 3-bet in 5 hours, and he.
Long hours on commentary,
Yeah.
Easy fold.
Easy fold.
so keeping a fairly low profile.
But
Nice hand.
still quite a
Nice
nice.
spot, ikke minst.
I'll take this one.
Okay.
Det er alltid deilig å plutselig få stacken 100 kår, liksom.
Ja, det tror det.
Thanks to everyone joining us here. Feel free to get involved in the chat. It certainly helps me in the booth to have a little bit of company on what will be a long day of tournament poker. So get yourself comfy, sit back and enjoy the ride as Janosowski here with his awkward kind of 18 big blind stack does fold the 5s under the gun. I think it's very, very much the fringe combo and probably a pretty reasonable fold. 6s you feel would always open.
Alright, 14.
Much better to use even a hand like King 10 off than 5s. You just want to, off the short stack, have a bit of interactivity with some of the hands that may 3-bet you, not only as bluffs but as value as well. And 5s facing a 3-bet is going to be in a spot of bother. The old plane ticket dust. I've been there myself many times. Sometimes if you book them really in advance, they're so cheap you don't really care. But if that was a last week job, then that might sting a little bit.
Ik heb gehoord en nog een kerst in volgens mij. Bij de challenge en die tafel herinner ik me helemaal niet. Het was gewoon een, nou ja, wel iets luxe. Wel gewoon zo'n bepaald.
And from what I can see on our
3 raise done.
card room management system, I think Iverson, the Norwegian there, the benefactor of that Kings versus Ace-Queen spot, is our tournament chip leader as Janosowski opening it up with the Ace-Jack suited. And Groot here, seat 8, folds ace-9. One of those kind of candidates where you could maybe go for a 3-bet bluff from time to time. Peeling seems a bit weak versus under the gun. But fold is very much the standard and solid play.
Friendly game. Take a look.
Heads up. Gotcha. Big bet dla nas. O. Wako.
Die kant, ja.
Zobaczę.
Zo,
So both players essentially with the nuts here, 2-pair. JJ should be going for 3 streets here with his ace-jack for sure. Interesting decision. Is he going to just send it in here on the turn? I think it would be a little bit of an overplay with this 2-pair on the double flush draw texture. You don't want to fold out hands like ace-7, ace-10, ace-9, ace-8, jack-10, queen-10, king-queen.
Okay, all in.
Just going to shove. Maybe a little bit overly wary about the double flush draw texture. The benefit of the shove is, of course, clearing out the equity, but most of that equity, unless it's like a real strong combo draw, is going to have sort of between 20 and 25%. So a sort of middling sizing between sort of 50 and 66% can maybe give us a slightly better outcome here. But in the heat of the moment, on this kind of draw-heavy texture, you can definitely understand the reasoning for the jam as well.
How much do you want to be famous? That's the question.
Going into interview mode here with the 2-pair, I mean, for me, if I see this jam, I'm thinking my opponent's just going to have a hand like ace-king quite a lot, to be honest. I wouldn't expect ace-queen to be shoving. I wouldn't expect queens to be shoving. Wouldn't expect aces to be shoving.
Ace-queen or queens, maybe?
He's also going to have hands like king-9 suited. In hearts or diamonds. Potentially queen x of hearts.
Yeah, okay, nice hand.
JJ thinks he's got the absolute nuts here. He's surprised to see ace-jack. He's expecting maybe ace-10, ace-4. 9 of diamonds on the turn, of course. Split pot, and Janosowski almost able to get his opponent off of the chop there, but the Dane fires back with a rather reluctant call.
Ja, dat ik het denk zo, denk ik.
Ah, there.
Han er gæren, tror
Ja,
jeg.
bare snapp av det. Ja, så går det ikke. Ja, hvis du bruker 7 minutter på hver hånd, så tar det jo tid. 7 minutes each hand. Den er gonna take a while.
You make me sad. I was thinking I'm winning after that time.
Yeah, of course.
I can imagine.
I got something out of it. We chopped, but I got a little more out of it.
I understand. And
After being carded for 5 hours, you have to mock ace queen suited and get a chop with ace jack. It's kind of sick. What can you do? We're hanging in.
Шесть, девять, 14, 14. Seven pass. Awesome pass. Девять pass.
Okay, so an open from Sven from Poland in seed 6.
Два pass. Три pass.
Welcome.
Janosowski out the way versus a slightly early position, shorter stack open.
which country you represent?
Germany.
Germany.
And you?
Local.
Local hero.
But I'm moving.
But moving.
Yes. After this
Moving
tournament.
up in life.
Han har hinter inn neber i berote for et først.
Where are you gonna move? Where are you from?
Julius Vamo says, kind deal, no deal.
Dürfür gegen Uno. Dürfür
No
gegen
option
Uno.
of a deal today, of course, as we're only playing down to 16 unless we see some kind of 16-way chop, which would be making festival history.
Seven pass.
My money is on no.
Awesome pass.
So 120 left here. Over to Dilat. And 9 off in the hijack, off of the short-ish stack. No real reason to open it up there, but Nordli has a nice hand on the button. Ace-9. Good one for stealing the blinds. Happy to play versus the big blind defending range as well, of course. Going to be dominating a lot of the defense. Things get a little bit murky versus a 3-bet, but we'll cross that bridge if it comes. And JJ has a good hand for a shove here. Jack 10 suited versus button open. Likely to be seeing this going all in for 16 big blinds.
3 all in.
And he does find the spot. Ringstad with the 7-4 offsuit. Just going to fold, and Nordli opening the discussion with you always have it, and didn't seem too comfortable with the 2 pair, so you might fold here. Wow. And this is why it's so great to shove these suited broadways versus players that are too reluctant to call off these types of holdings.
4,000, 8,000.
I think the ace-9 should really be calling there. We're already in the money now, so you want to be playing kind of chip EV ranges at this stage of the tournament. The pay jumps are so insignificant right now. This gives a very powerful advantage to well-studied players like JJ, who is able to identify these situations and take them down with nice execution there. It's very kind of attractive to sometimes feel like, oh, I just peeled, and you know, what if I run into it, etc. But no, if this is the type of outcome that you can find, where the button will have a big, what's called a raise fold gap. He raises a lot of hands, but will not defend the short stack all in with enough hands. All of a sudden, these kind of rejams become super profitable.
Pipa.
21.
Oj, låter det 21.
An open blind versus blind from Ringstad here, and Zoen has ace-9 offsuit. This is quite a small blind open here. 21k at the 8k big blind. He is just going to shove. Not taking any chances here with his ace-9. Shoving for value, of course. Happy to maybe fold out some Broadway type holdings as well. If his opponent is raise folding hands like King 10, King Jack, Queen 10. Not a bad result with ace-9. Ringstad does find the fold.
Ik wel. Stop. Easy.
Small one.
Next one. Next one.
Simple.
So not an awful lot from Delet so far. Hasn't picked up anything to go with. Nordley here with the King Jack offsuit.
That is 18. Pass.
One time.
And a raise and take for the Dane.
Glad I didn't have aces there then.
Round to the blinds once again. Iverson in the small with 5-3 off, facing an opponent with around about 30 big blinds or so. Conventionally, just going to be limping in, taking the price. See if he's got other ideas here. He's going to go for an aggressive ISO, or open, I should say. Makes it just under 3x. Trying to lean on these types of holdings. Does get the fold. All looking up for the Norwegian so far, picking up kings in exactly the first hand on the feature table. And he already had a raise and a 3-bet in front of him, so delicious spot for him. Picking up 3 starting stacks in that hand. 4 actually, and is, I believe, the chip leader of the entire tournament at this stage on the 4K, 8K with almost 100 big blinds to his name.
It's still over.
No action for the crowd at home.
First hand was promising.
It started good.
And the second
then it
second
goes
one was
down
also
after that.
interesting.
Starting very promising.
Igen, raise senast 18.
Iverson now continuing to run the show here with the open, the Queen 3 suited. It's nice to have a Broadway card into 2 relatively short stacks. I think 30 in the small and about 15 in the big. Ace-9 suited here. For chips will be a 3-bet call, even a jam seems okay as well. Just folding. What on earth is that? Very, very timid play with the ace-9 suited there. I can only hope our graphics were wrong on that one. Only had something like 9-4 instead, but usually not the case. So Queen Deuce versus Queen 3 suited, going to a flop.
Heads up. Give it check.
Some fans of Julius, who I believe is the German player joining us over in seat 1. Joining us in the chat, so thanks very much for stopping by and supporting your friend. Does Delay have any intentions of making a move here with the Queen Deuce of Hearts? No intuitive connection with the board.
Second bet, massively 23.
What happened to 1 million? What happened to 1 million? 1 million? 1 million. I'm not there yet. That 1 million. There are almost 30 million in play, so we're gonna get there. Sooner or later, one of us gonna get over 1 million chips. Yes, it's gonna be me.
I guess there is already someone with 1 million chips. Could be. I wouldn't be surprised if chip leader has already won that.
I think chip is like 800.
Could be as well.
I have 7.
So over to another blind versus blind confrontation here.
Ja,
De Leijert.
voor deur. Nej, har väl en 500.
With the queen six off, his opponent has him quite healthily out-chipped. But he has sub-10 big blinds. Full ante out there. I think we're just going to be going all in here. He does pull the trigger. And gets the fold there. Stroline cannot muster any response with the 10 deuce, the door of Brunson.
Yeah, but my million is there. No. His million is there.
I hope so.
It can easily be that. Yeah. Your million is there.
My million is there.
I take the rest. I scrap up the bottoms, eating.
Yeah.
I need to run. You better run. Faster than a bullet. Zero exercise. That was the exercise for today?
For this week.
Congratulations on non-cardio
We have
exercise.
to make your money fast. You're not getting very old.
You can join me in a half marathon.
Here's the pole here with just over 20 big blinds. Ace queen, lovely hand to see in the +2 seat.
Oh, you were joking.
No, I
18.
Does open it up, of course. We'll be happy to tangle with a couple of the short stacks behind. Things get a little bit dicey if it goes 3-bet, 4-bet, but again, see what happens first. Iverson not snap folding with the ace deuce here, but yeah, does show the restraint in the end. Not really the spot where we want to start
half marathon.
3-betting that weak of a hand.
That should count like double.
That's why never
De
a
Leijert.
full one.
What?
Why never a full one?
Interested either, and Strolin folds his 10-5 suited, so it's over to Nordley in the big blind, 5-3 off.
No, because before I get over 25,
May just be getting out the way, may come along for the ride.
ankles, knees,
Yeah, I can see that.
and then it's 15 kilometers more. So
That's cool.
yeah, so half is okay. Half is good. I stopped there.
Off to a flop here, and look at this. 4 Nordley, the Dane,
No, I thought
coming up trumps here with the bottom end of the straight.
No.
But all the symptoms.
Likely to see a check back
Over 20.
from Zoen here.
I will have over 2 kilometers. That's the problem.
Ace or a queen would be a pretty disastrous card at this stage. Is Nordley going to check again? Yeah, the hand is so strong. Maybe we just want to allow our opponent to catch up, try and river an ace, and kind of overcard. But it is the 6, unfortunately, and you feel the trap has been sprung enough. It's time to potentially seek some value. What sort of hands could he have? It's mostly going to be ace high, right? That you'd have felt like
When you should run
jacks, queens, kings, aces may have stabbed the turn.
and after like 2
Some of the weaker overpairs likely to bet the flop because they
like football field.
are incentivized to deny equity to overcards as well.
2.5 rounds.
You didn't even try.
Yeah, I got like 900 meters in 12 minutes.
And he goes for 21 into
But it's not that bad.
48 and gets the job done.
It could be worse.
Fucking 27 in Sparta. I should be.
Good to see a nice relaxed atmosphere around the table.
That
All players have, of course, just made the money, so the pressure's off in some ways. One of the biggest pay jumps before you get to these final table payouts is, of course, going from 0 to the min cash of 1,100 euros. That was 125 players in the money.
Imagine cycling or
And let me check.
some kind of other activities, but I need to have a
I
reason.
did a lot of running and then I operate.
Seeing a real flurry of eliminations here on the outer tables. Some of the players that have been eliminated I can tell you about
So operation is not recommendable.
are Declan Shelley from England, Dominic Snazik from Slovakia, Theodore Nils Magnus Schloblom from Sweden, Sami Alexi Palainen from Finland, Pentek Zolt, Alexander Ivanov Kasir, Stefan Bugar, David Silek, Timo Heki Koivusalu, who we saw on the stream, Miroslav Salaj,
Then you may consider that that's
Tor Andrei Pedersen, and local players Oliver Tott and Andrei Deset hitting the rail as well, unfortunately.
but the
So we have less than 100 players left.
I can imagine
that is a little bit more complicated.
this must be one of the most complicated
Yeah.
parts.
Me and
In the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, as they call it, on the
something you
other streaming platform.
unless you have to.
And it usually tends to be the way it goes, right? Everyone's kind of getting a bit tighter around that money, as they should, trying to make that big pay jump from 0 to 1,100. And if I look at the payouts here, the significance of that will come into effect. As you can see, the next payout of the next pay jump, I should say, of 1,100 euros is between 10th and 9th. So that just goes to show how important it is to make that money berth. And if you are in a sort of short to medium stack situation, it's very much in your interest to kind of sit back and not risk your tournament life. But of course, there are sort of a balance to be had there. You can't simply just roll over and wilt and fold the deck. There are spots where you're going to have to enter the hand. And that's all part of the experience of playing No Limit Hold'em tournaments. Getting those reps in, getting used to those high pressure situations, and knowing how people react and getting a good feel for how the population will tend to adjust as well. If people are going too tight, might be worth raising a little bit wider as the medium stack. If the chip leader isn't opening enough at all, let's start taking the onus ourselves. As you know, I've been in many live tournament situations where there's someone with heaps of chips, but they're just not doing anything in a situation where they are
You can do it.
absolutely allowed to start motoring through the field.
It's not
So if they don't do it, you can always take the bull by your horns yourself.
That was a question. Not...
Another 180 thrown. Is that a tongue-in-cheek comment about the Dutch players? Janosovsky here, limping blind versus blind, and Ringstad
21.
is going to go for this. Again, this small sizing, we saw him opening to 21 in the small blind. And now he's ISOing a limp for way under 3x here. Yeah, I like this shove from Janosovsky. He's saying his opponent with this really small size is saying that he's got a really strong hand. A hand that doesn't feel the need to go bigger. So it's actually going to be a lot of random stuff for the most part. When we hold that ace blocker, his opponent is repping really strong, you know? Kings, queens, aces, ace king suited. But what people tend to do is not commit to these types of plays with the weaker part of their range. So they leave themselves open for exploitation. And JJ here really understanding that and pulling the trigger on what does seem to be a rather weak looking isolation raise. think it's very well known these days with the amount of information out there, with the amount of training content, that you can be quite aggressive in isolating these big blind versus small blind spots. JJ, nice enough to show the ace as well.
In Belgium, just show it.
One more.
Some of the current big stacks around the room, from what I can see, not on our feature table, is Ronan Mordechai, who we saw on the going deep in the Hendon Mob Championship on Thursday. Thomas Svoboda, a local player from the Czech Republic who seems to be running deep in all sorts of these types of events. Andre Berg from Norway, Sebastian Supper, Ilya Smolko, Raymond Bertus de Groot, Marjan Jansevicic, Sergei Piratovs, Lucas Sajnoj, Jamie Geraghty, Andras Halassi, Halvor Dahlberg, Goran Sunka, Frank Visser, to name but a few. So King Jack suited opening from under the gun. Delat is going to fold the fours here off of the short stack. Not really any wiggle room. Seems reasonable. Janosovsky on the button with the ace-5. Not particularly a holding that we want to be getting involved with versus this early position raise. Unless he's got some designs on a 3-bet non-all-in, but does fold. I think that's a solid option. Ringstad in the small blind here. Looks like he's only interested in calling based on his body language.
Can you put the cards to the box? And I'll go. Check. Check.
9-3 deuce. 2 diamonds, great board for the Norwegian here. Iversen, not Ringstad.
28.
Although not the worst for Ringstad. He's got 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw. Does fold in the sandwich, seems reasonable, and a good result for Iversen. They're taking it down with no showdown.
Ja, nei, jeg hadde hest da.
Kongen knekter ut.
Hæ?
Kongen knekter ut.
Og du første dag.
Ja.
Jeg tenkte å prøve et 3.
Ja, da er den din.
Hæ?
Det er din.
Ja,
I need
det
some
er
tables.
det er bare syne og se om jeg treffer.
King Jack of diamonds. Yeah, ace queen.
Nei, ok.
No reason to hide it. You can see it in 20 minutes.
You win some, you lose some.
Often does. na race, 18,000.
Open from the German. First we've seen from Julius, a couple of fans in the chat on Twitch saying Vamo and a couple of love heart sort of emoji faces as well. Good to see some support in the chat. Let us know who you're tuning in to see. Whether you want to shout out or you want to ask any questions, feel free. It's going to be a long stream. You're going to be here deep into the night. So the more interactivity, the better. Three ways to the flop here between the two Norwegians and the German. Good window card for the ace-queen, and it improves as this could be the first stumbling block for Iversen. Currently been really smooth sailing for him, but now in this rather unfortunate situation, being outkicked, both holding super strong hands here. And Ringstad, of course, will be out of there with his pocket fours. No designs on seeing a turn here, you would imagine. Great spot for the German now. 505k as well, so he could put a serious dent in that stack of Iversen. Let's see how this one develops. Does Iversen go for the check raise here, or does he just call? Looks like a call. Eight of spades. It's not exactly the cleanest card for Stroline, but obviously not a king. King or jack would be the kind of cards that he was hoping not to see. An 8 is relatively decent. I think we still want to be betting here with our ace-queen, still targeting, you know, hands like jack-8, jack-10, queen-9, queen-jack, king-queen, queen-5 suited. Does go for a half pot. This is dead versus 9-7 and jack-9, but still wants to allow this portion of the range to continue without any worries. The jack on the river, not ideal for either player here. Iversen just going to be checking it over here, you think, and Stroline, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find a river bet here with ace-queen. Yeah, just checking it back. Unfortunate run out for the German there. Could have won a huge pot. It had gone, you know, 6-deuce or something like that. Then you just go for a huge bet on the turn, and you're almost putting all the chips in by the river. But on this occasion, sometimes the boards are not so favorable, and that's part of the variance of tournaments, right? If you really think about it, there are so many different ways that you can run good and bad. Not just winning or losing flips. It's much deeper than that. It's the runouts you get at the pivotal time. It's whether you get called in your big bluffs, whether you get folds. So many things that can go your way. And Iversen there really running pretty good not to lose a big pot. The board comes out a 4-liner to the straight on the river. And his opponent that had him absolutely cooked manages to not put too much of a dent into his stack.
Maar in Rusland ook hebben ze zoveel van dat soort dingen te doen. Ik ben er nog niet bezig. World Series Europe. Ja,
8%. Polka to zostanie, nie wiem, czy mi to mam teraz mówić. Jedna pas. Dwa pas. Hej, no, czwórka to już było promienie, nie wiem, czy mi to mam. Keď je na rade, hej? Okej. Začali 1-2 na hodinu. Trojka range, 11 tick, 17,000, 4 teda bounce, 600. 7 lat.
Janosowski here with the 10s from +2. Not seen an awful lot from De Groot. Some other worrying signs. Folding ace-9 suited versus a button open, where it was either a jam or a 3-bet call.
Sorry?
Definitely not a fold. So let's see what he does with the ace-jack here. Is he going to VPip?
If you have it in your pocket, it's
Ooh, now reaching for chips. The issue with this, right, is that
52,000.
we don't really want 3-bet fold or 3-bet call ace-jack versus +2. So the hand selection is quite interesting. I think flatting with ace-jack here makes a little bit more sense. I think it's a bit of a thin 3-bet call in the modern game. Although if he thinks that JJ is going to be capable of firing some hands like King-Queen suited, Ace-8 suited, Ace-4, Ace-5 suited, then it's a justified decision. So potentially the way to approach the spot is to use the cutoff as kind of ace-queen and then use these like lower hands as 3-bet folds.
where all the goods?
But maybe his plan is just to... Whoa! JJ!
Back at the hotel.
Maybe with the read that his opponent is on the tighter side and just doesn't fancy getting involved with those 10s. I believe that the hijack was out of his seat at the time of the hand, though, so they're essentially playing hijack versus small blind. So some quite puzzling folds here, although easier said than done. Very easy for me to say that when we can see the whole cards, but there's definitely different dynamics and potentially history in play that was occurring on the outer tables. $90 left. Let's reel off a couple of the more recent eliminations for you. So it was Rory Cartwright from Ireland, Kenny Burke from England, Sven Olav Eidsæter from Norway is out the door. Wesley David O'Neill follows him. Oliver Tott is gone. Philip Kreischer, no more. And Lubomir Pajak, early shower for him. Athanasios Kitchakias, I'm so bad with the Greek names, has unfortunately hit the rail. David Urban, that's a shame to see. A very high morale local Slovakian player that plays cash games in all sorts of different formats. Strong player, nice human. He's out, unfortunately. Niklas Fylking Strom Christiansen does hit the rail as well. And Ville Tapani Hakala. We'll keep you up to date with any other eliminations from the outer table. If you have any requests on how your friend is doing, I can get you that information on whether they're still in the tournament or not. I'm not sure whether these chip counts are going to be accurate. I think we're going to be going to a break in around about 8 minutes time. Let's see, we are on the 4K, 8K. We're going to be coming back to 5K, 10K, and I think we're going to be coming back with a new table after the break as well. Player of the series rankings for anyone interested, Paddy Schmidt is number 1 on the leaderboard so far, 163 points. Scott Kenyon, Pokerbras, the famous streamer, has 135 in second. Lachazar Senov, 111. Yaroslav Sulhofer, Riku Mata, Barry Deer, Blaz Zerjav, Aki Piercing, Kasperi Kaprinen, and Andre Nekas make up the top 10.
24.
Kiribet Blood 24,000.
So the winner of that player of the series will receive a prize package for the next festival series. And the dates on those are coming out very shortly. Don't think I'm able to release those as of yet, but certainly for tomorrow of the main event day 3, we will be giving you an idea of where we're going to be into 2025. Looking forward to that. Get back to the action here. Tens versus jacks. And Ringstad is going for an interesting bet here with these jacks on ace 7 9 king. Takes it down.
I want to watch back. This one I want to see on the screen.
What do you think I have?
I don't know.
Ace King?
That's what you make it look like, but if you actually had it, this is another question.
30 minutes, you're gonna see Ace King.
Okay.
Or sevens.
In hearts. Ace King of hearts.
That's what it looked like. But,
Oh, I'm running to that strawberry too.
Maybe a pair of jacks.
Then you want to hit.
yeah.
A pair of sevens. Or eights. What hand do you put me on?
I don't put you on one single hand. That's why I want to see it.
Not even gonna guess.
Ace King is most likely.
I would very much like to know actually.
It's gonna be
As
received.
he said, 30 minutes you're gonna
Jack 10 opening it up from the hijack.
18,000.
Quite like the pep in the game, the pep in the step, I should say, of Iverson so far. Seems to be playing with a decent bit of tempo. Nice high energy kind of player, playing lots of pots, opening a lot. Putting the pressure on, decent table presence as well.
Musím teraz na prejsť kúknem.
Nie, nie.
Ah,
Bude receive, ty vieš? Takže bude.
Bude receive?
Povedať.
he's a local hero.
I'm ruining this.
There will be a receive.
Yeah.
Akože? OK. Dvojka kol.
I want my phone
Tu
back.
handupy.
You miss your phone?
Yes, I'm young addict.
I played gold yesterday. I played with my phone at the hotel.
Áno, áno. Rozumiem.
I didn't have
Dvojka shake.
my phone. It was back on the
Yeah, I get
Decent flop as well,
Ostane rovnaký, ale
as it's
si poviem, že
Scandinavia
niekto iný.
battle once again. Jack 10 facing the 5-3. Nordley seems quite happy to defend his big blind and does flop a pair. So we're going to be going to a turn card here. Check calling the flop with the 5-3.
ska se dem och hoppa.
$27,000.
Nordley now is going to come along for one more street. And Iverson's small bet here, just designed to be able to have the option to check back the river, not allowing his opponent to do anything silly or bluff him off of the best hand, potentially with an all-in. Let's see what Nordley's got cooking up of his sleeve here. It's very difficult to do anything. And yeah, snap check back. Happy with the 2 streets from the Jack 10 here. Doesn't want to value cut himself versus an Ace-X or Queen 10, King 10, so just going to be going for the 2 streets there. And very much the way to go is to bet the turn small if you feel like your opponent isn't going to find the counter aggression that would make what is essentially quite a face-up strategy, right? It's like, you know, none of his Ace-King, Ace-Queen, Ace-10 type holdings want to go small on the turn. They're looking to play for stacks. So, you know, when he does kind of size down a little bit there, it's a bit more indicative of this kind of Queens, Jacks, Kings, 10x range.
We are such a favorite destination for drunk brick.
But regardless of that, it's a strategy that works really well. Getting the value from the flush draws, the straight draws, forcing continues from worst 10x, some even 4x and 3x, pocket pairs as well. Happy to check back the river and take down a decent sized pot. Now down to 88 on the ticket in the top right.
What's happening?
Bad position.
Ah, you
That's
were
what's
genuinely
happening.
thinking against Luke Brady. I had the feeling you were going to fold anyway.
No. That you can see in 30 minutes.
Yeah,
Then you get shocked.
I'm curious what you
Then you get shocked.
Okay, guys, after the break, you are moving back on 22, yeah?
If you see that hand,
So we are going to get a new table, and I think this is the last hand before the break. So let's see if we've got any action here. We got it in the hijack. With the pocket fives, just gets out of the way versus the short stack opening from +1.
Motherfucker.
Ooh, strong language in the background there. Apologies for that. Delat with the 3s in the cutoff.
Quick, I need to
He's
get
just going to be folding here.
Brig is running where we play.
Yeah. And I have my
Does get out the way. Over to Stroline here. 5-3 off. He's going to get an early break. Do we have any potential collisions from the blinds? Ace-4 for Nordley here. Don't think it's the combo to go for a shove, but sometimes people get a bit stubborn when they feel like someone's just raising because it's the break and people are likely to fold quickly. But JJ here, with the Jack 10 off in the big blind, is not going to be going anywhere. Decent hand to defend the big blind. Ooh, looked like a folding action, but just the way that he kind of puts his cards down onto the reader and will come along for the ride. So Slovakia versus Poland, as everyone else is enjoying a little bit of fresh air, getting a refreshment. And look at this for a flop. Gut shot versus gut shot here. The outs now swap over. JJ does have a diamond in his hand, but the issue is on this kind of board, ace, ace, queen, is that our opponent will still naturally have a lot of traps at this stack to pot ratio. So 48k in the middle. He is going to go for a little stab here. So in sort of frowning as if to say, what are you doing over there? This is my board. 8k, how dare you? The great thing about this sizing of bet is that I don't think that people will follow through with those traps and actually not raise with like an ace now, because they're worried that they're not going to be able to get all the money in. And Soen's king is playing. JJ does River Showdown versus some stubborn turn calls. Yeah, he's going for some thin value here versus a hand like 10s, 8s, 9s, 7s. Zoen is going to raise. What a peculiar play here with this King Jack. Does he feel like JJ is just always on a queen now and he actually wants to turn his hand into a bluff versus hands like Queen 9, Queen 10, Queen 8? Very creative from the pole. I think he was, yeah, you can see from the body facial language that he was bluffing. But clearly not the best choice of hand if you get called by worse than a surprise there. So bit of a weird hand to leave us on the feature table. We have 88 left and we are going to go to a break of around about 15 minutes. See you then for the continuation of day 2.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like, trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in the defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch.
Oh no, it's another player.
I'll switch. Now they're gonna keep it together.
And what's somebody there? What
Yeah, it's only 80.
Oh, it's 80.
So welcome back to the festival day 2. As we have a new lineup for you. Information on that is coming very shortly. 86 players remaining playing for a top prize of 77,000 euros. Of course, we're not going to be playing for that all today. We're going to be playing down to 16, so 70 more eliminations. We did rejoin the action with 125 players. We've already lost 39. But of course, after the flurry of post-bubble bust-outs, should see the structure catch up with itself.
Yeah, you were like this, looking over the table.
Yeah, 1 and a 9 is so far away.
The board is further away than the upside down of a normal table.
Just moving through.
So current information as we do get things underway here at the feature table is that the current chip leader of the entire tournament is Andre Berg from Norway with over 1 million chips.
And he was on that table, so.
I believe that Mattis Gabsdil has around 900k as well. And a couple of prominent names towards the top of the rankings. So it looks like we get ready to get started here. Out in 87th was Ville Tapani Hakala, 88th was Nick Christensen. David Urban went in 89th. Athanasios Kachasius, 90th. Lubomir Pacek, 91st. And Philip Krieger in 92nd. So as you can see, Berg, the current chip leader, is in seat 2 and on our feature table going forward. So 103 big blinds. That is an enviable spot to be in at this stage of the tournament. We have 2 Englishmen on 37 and 21. And then we have another Norwegian at the bottom of the rankings, Ashima, with 88k, Cosma, 51. And lots of different flags, which is good to see. Very much a multicultural, multinational festival main event field, of course.
What specs we have here? Oh, he's got one, he's got one.
Thanks to those of you sticking around throughout the break. We will be continuing long into the night here. Cosma in the cutoff, opening it up with the Jack 6, but he's going to face some resistance here from Shalom. Very quick 3-bet. Thinks it's 65 to go. Ooh, what's going on here with the Jack 6? Going to Teal in position. Interesting hand to get things kicked off on the new feature table. He does outflop his opponent here with Jack 6 of hearts. Flopping top pair. A rather natural C-bet for Shalom. And a 5 on the turn. Interesting card as Cosma opens a straight draw now, as well as Shalom. Let's go for the check. So 1 SPR. Cosmo just going to fire it in here. Or does he go for a sneaky check back? Like he's going to go on the sort of third pot route, trying to keep these types of holdings in, these ace queens, ace kings, maybe even give his opponent the opportunity to check jam. A hand like 10s or 9s. Hoping to pick it off. Very tough spot for Shalom now. Has to feel like he's not going to have the best hand here too often. Unless his opponent has some kind of float on the flop, king, queen, king 10, queen 10. Somewhat possible. And there is the continue from Shalom, so he's not going anywhere. And the issue is, if he hits his deuce, it's going to be bad news. Quite tempting to sometimes find a lead jam here, but he needs to think about the amount of time he took on the turn and the fact that he didn't... Oh, he's going to check. Okay, I thought he was looking at his chips as if to say all in there. But I think repping a flush on the river would be very incredible. Jack 6 of hearts with a rather adventurous peel of the 3-bet pre-flop. The Hungarian beating to the sound of his own drum by the looks of things, throwing the rulebook out of the window, taking a flop in position with the Jack 6 and finding a way to win a pretty significant pot at this stage of the tournament. Frank Visser there, poker player and poker reporter as well. And here is Svoboda, someone that's come onto the local scene relatively recently, but has been making a lot of deep runs in these types of events. And get some information on him for you very shortly. He has 164k in cashes and recently won a €175 DPT main event in Rozvadov for €39,750. And that was shortly after winning the Million Poker Festival in Samorin in June of 2023. So a couple of really big scores there for the young man. Shellam opening the button, and Piloyan here with, I believe, the Armenian flag. Is going to put the rest of the chips in.
300.
And Frank with 24 big blinds behind, so it seems like a pretty strong player with the ace-9 there. Not too worried about the button opening range, just flying one through. If we run into it, so be it. We're still going to have an overcard versus some pocket pairs. 3 outs versus ace-king, etc. Got to think positive in these spots and not flinch away from taking these kind of rejam situations. Looking to amass a stack that can threaten the top spots in the tournament. As let me read off the payouts for the final table: 77, 53, 38, 28, 20, 15, 11, 9, 7, 6, etc. And right now the pay jumps are very insignificant, so with 82 left, the next pay jump is going to be at 79 to 1,400 euros. So just a 150 euro jump from the 1250 that they have locked up, which is still a fraction of a buy-in. So mostly we're looking to play somewhat chippy V ranges, keep our aggression in order, find ways to pick up chips wherever we can.
6, 11, 98.
So limp blind versus blind from the 9-6, and 10-8 seems one of those combinations that we do tend to just check back here. And that's what Svoboda will go for after a bit of a stern glaze at his opponent there. Look at this for a flop. Bit of interaction for both players. Both players have a pair and a gut shot, but Svoboda, of course, in the dominating situation here. 80-20 in the form of equity. Checking back. Very interesting check back here. Do we not want to start getting some chips in there versus these weaker pairs? Going for a second check back. Quite a puzzling line so far from the Czech Republic man. Now his opponent happy to value bet his fourth pair. Gets absolutely snapped. And takes it down. Little bit of a Ushka look there from Berg, as if to say, 10-8? What? Also, pretty sure we should be raising the river there with the second pair as played. I think the king would be betting the turn, or at least betting bigger at some point. So rather cautious from the Czech Republic player.
And everybody should be very serious.
It's hard to strike a conversation when you're 15 miles away from me.
Yes.
Berg straight back in the mix with the ace-7 on the button here. Opening into two relatively short stacks, 9-8 for Svoboda. Shouldn't really be any interest in a VPIP with the 9-8 off. And a snap fold from the big blind, Church from England. Berg continuing to dominate proceedings. And apart from that, Cosma and Pilian, two guys that are relatively healthily stacked right now, Visser and below. 23 bigs and under. Very much in the accumulation phase, just looking for rejam spots, looking to pick up some chips here and there, and if the at-risk elimination, or the all-in confrontation, I should say, comes, then so be it. Unfortunately, we have lost in the last few minutes Christoph Hillinger, Jan Fredrik Vatslurch, Ladislav Varga, Peter Ram, Marjan Jancicevic, and Nico Antti-Juhani Nyman. As well as, Christ, here we go, Yannis Triantafilakis.
I think so.
Triantafilakis. Another Greek name putting me to the test. Cosma gets a walk with the ace-king, not what he was hoping for. So 80 left here at the festival, of course, as I remind you, playing down to 16 players, so 64 more eliminations to go. A lot of hours left in the tank here tonight. Berg in the hijack foldings, Svoboda with 9-3 off, he's going to get out the way as well.
I think it's, yeah, if it's more equal.
And can the ace-7 hold here? Needs to evade a 4, a 9, or a 6. Does manage to secure the double up, blind versus blind there. That will be exactly what the Norwegian was hoping for. Cosma firing it in, blind versus blind, for around about 7 bigs. Filoyan folding under the gun. Frank Visser, not seen much from him, but here are pocket tens. Should be happy to pop this one up, 20. Berg with the Queen Jack. Bit too early position to be considering any heroics. And Cosmo has the same hand, look at this, so the 10's likely to be going in here.
Ollie?
All in from Cosmo with a couple of short stacks behind, not worrying about tangling with those. For 20 big blinds effective, he makes the pay jump, and it's going to be a little bit of an anticlimax here as chuckles are shared around the table. 10s versus 10s. Not often you see the same pocket pair all in against each other. Is there going to be a sweat here? Backdoor spades for Visser. Oh, a spade needed for a sick way to double up here, but it is
Unlucky.
a black card, but of course not the spade he was hoping for. Would have been a sick way to find a double 80 left in the main event. These all-in encounters are worth a lot of euro value at this stage.
Sorry?
When I folded, you said David pass?
Yes, 9 pass.
But
Because I
there are
have,
8 people.
yeah, I know, but we have the 5th position as well, and we're not playing it, so we are basically 9, even though it's 8 ones.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, for the guys out back, it's the position on the table, not your actual position. Did not pass?
So back to it, Frank.
Did not pass?
Did at least encounter resistance from the button, so he got to share the blinds and ante. So a small boost to his stack. Shellam in the small blind here has 124k. I think 10-9 to 10-9 off can just go for the jam here. For about 12 bigs. But limp, of course, not a bad option either. At least with this kind of 10-9, you force your opponent to continue with hands that you dominate, such as 9-8. And no stab on the flop. And that allows the Armenian a chance to take this one down. And just a quick check fold, not offering much resistance so far.
Such a shame when everybody will see my card. I know. After the stream.
Zero, interesting hand.
Very important.
Yeah, but I've got to show them, so you got to see that.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, for us, yeah. Yeah.
Did not pass? Three eight, that's a
Play in 2 hours.
Yeah, until the next break.
that's advanced.
Swoboda in the +1 seat. Just going to open it up to 22k. I don't think, no, there's no way Church folded jacks there, surely. There we go, yeah, he is all in. For 19 big blinds. Was slightly worried. And Svoboda, it's okay to have raised folds in the spot, just king queen versus next to act. The range will be something along the lines of maybe 9s, maybe 10s, plus ace queen, potentially some ace 5 suited, ace 10 suited, king queen suited in there, but for the most part it's just going to be hands like 10s plus ace queen plus. At this kind of level, should be seeing some kind of a couple of a smidgen of other suited ace-x and suited broadways at the high level, but it's quite difficult to find those with lots of players behind. And maybe slightly lower down on the pairs front as well.
Delay is half an hour.
Yeah, should be around half an hour.
You're noting down the time already?
We should watch the stream. How long you are sitting here, guys?
In 3 weeks.
Tripas. Tripas. Šestas. Sedem race, 20, 20. 8 all in. 9 pas. 1 pas.
Shellam finding the spot to move it in, facing the open from Ashhammer. I think Ashhammer might be able to get away from this one based on what we've seen. Looks like quite a patient player. He does fold. And a nice pickup there for Shellam, up over 15 bigs again. Piluan with the 3-bet versus +1. Ace King, of course. Gives his opponent quite a generous price. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cosmo come along for the ride here with the 5s. Such a lot of upside with a hand like 5s here. 35k into a pot of 135k, so getting around about 4 to 1, and the implied odds of hitting that set in a 3-bet pot are quite large. See what he arrives on. We saw him continue with Jack 6 suited in position versus a 3-bet, cut off versus small blind, and does call the 3-bet here. So Piluan, the Armenian, probably likely to be the favorite to take down this pot, but not anymore. Top pair, top kicker versus middle set, and this is the reason why we like to call when we get such a good price with these pocket pairs, because this is going to be painful for the Armenian here. Almost no way out. 3% equity he needs. Running straight cards or running boat cards, and Cosma is loving life here, facing this small sizing. Will he announce his holding now? Go for the check call. Does go for the check call. And the reason being is that his opponent still has a lot of complete air on this texture. the ace of diamonds flush completer, a very interesting one. In terms of the top of the range, it's unlikely that Pilean is going to have many hands like King X or Queen X suited. 3-betting versus +1, whereas Cosma can definitely have hands like Jack 10 of diamonds, Queen Jack of diamonds, King Queen, King Jack, King 10 of diamonds. Does check it back. Spidey senses tingling here as the Jack rolls off on the river. Cosmo will be very happy with his set of 5s here. Can he find another check here somehow? Going for the check jam versus hands like Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King, although you would have expected Ace King mostly to bet the turn. I guess what Pilean thinks is that he's either way ahead or way behind. His opponent either has 5s or a flush, but the ace actually not the best card for getting value from hands like King Queen, King Jack, King 10. So looking to maneuver it to the river and then go for a hefty bet with the Ace King is probably what he's thinking. Cosma now with these 5s. Yeah, goes for the big bet. Just under 80% pot here. And Pilean now has to think, really, what are the bluffs? The only issue is that his opponent could easily have a hand like Ace 5 of clubs, Ace 5 of hearts, Ace Jack in the value range. So he does beat value, but of course losing to 5s, and he's very lucky not to lose his entire stack there. If Cosma had have chosen to check raise the flop, the money likely would have been going in at some point. Cosmo, of course, wasn't to know how strong his opponent was. Can't just always put your opponent on Ace King. He's going to have so many more hands there. But he wanted to allow to see a free turn card maybe improve a little bit. Svoboda in the small blind here. He has 158. I think we just want to be jamming here with the Ace 4. No need for any theatrics, really. 79 left. Let's have a look and see about the pay jumps. That could be why he's tanking a little bit. They did just make the pay jump. Let's see what Church has got here. 3 deuce suited. Not going to be finding a call. Ashhammer under the gun. rather careful and meticulous type of player, it seems. Shellam, ace queen suited. That's exactly what he was looking to see, as he is going to be going through the blinds soon, which 2.5 big blinds out of a 16 big blind stack is going to be a big chunk of his remaining stack, and he just shoves it in with ace queen suited from +1. Not the biggest fan of this. We do want to give the opportunity for people to enter the pot with hands that we dominate here. And even a hand like ace-jack, let's say in Frank Visser's spot, would have surely been an easy fold versus the 16, but versus the open could have some designs on calling or 3-betting or jamming themselves.
I'll show you now. You want to see him?
Svoboda here with the ace-jack. Facing a chip lead open from the hijack. I think we've got a pretty clear jam here with 18 big blinds. Does shove. Bergwood looks like he's asking for a count. Not entirely sure why this queen-jack is, of course, a snap muck in this situation. Just way too many chips going in versus a 10 big blind jam. You might, have a bit of a gamble, hoping to see pocket pairs, ace-10, ace-9 type holdings, but the 19, 18 big blind range just a little too strong for our queen-jack here, and does let it go. Not seeing too much activity in the chat. Stefan saying, switch the camera to Julius Stroheim, please. Unfortunately, he was on our future table, but did get moved. We're trying to offer as many people the opportunity to get some feature table time. Moving around the tables that are featured across the remainder of the day 2 today. Kiloyan opening it up and receiving no resistance, so a nice raise and take. Almost a full starting stack for just taking down the blinds. That's when you know you're getting semi-deep in the tournament. We've got less than 10% left off the field. All players have just made a pay jump at the 79th position to 1,400 euros. The next one is going to be with 63 left. They do jump to 1,550. But of course, as I mentioned previously, the big jumps are waiting for the jump between 10th and 9th, which is the first jump that matches or exceeds the jump from 126th to 125th for 1.1k. Berg has dipped under 1 million, but by no means any need to panic. Just going to continue to do his job of applying pressure to the rest of the table and Kind of leaning on some of the weaker spots potentially, keeping a nice wide range. Ashhammer here with the ace-9 offsuit. Looks like he wants to call. Shalom folds and Piloyan, no choice but to get out the way with the 10-4 off. Berg a little bit surprised to see the short stack just peel on the button, trying to deduce in his mind what on earth he could have over there. I think the King X board will hit that peeling range somewhat. He could maybe peel some King Queen off, King Jack suited, King 10 suited that didn't fancy jamming, but felt too strong to fold. It's also going to have lots of hands like Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, pocket 5s, pocket 6s.
To move the cards a bit in the books because they're not reading well on the table.
Let's see what Berg's got here. Having checked the flop, definitely still capable of some traps here. Ace King is essentially the nuts, of course. Pocket Kings, no need to bet on King Deuce 3 Rainbow, so difficult to extract value. But with 65 already in there pre-flop and 96 back, only needing to look at 2 streets. He does have the cards perfectly out there. So it must be an issue with the scanner more than anything else.
Intentional.
Look at that, a move from our hammer, taking it down. Pouncing on that perceived weakness there.
He went, oh. And then he had a dry angle.
Berg opening it up once again, unperturbed by the previous pot. Hammer with the 3 deuce, going to get out the way, stacking chips from the last hand. Happy with this little bit of work that he's done there. Piloyan, King 9 suited. Interesting proposition here. Can definitely see arguments for calling. 3-betting non-all in. Could be somewhat interesting as well. Maybe trying to lean on hands like Ace-9 off, Ace-10 off, King-Jack off, King-Queen off. And of course, calling quite a natural option too. So the Armenian does find the peel. And we do go heads up to the flop between the table chip leader and Piloyan. He's played a pretty strong game so far. Been liking what I've seen from him. Berg with those 7s in position, just checking back, hoping to find that miracle. Olo is coming 7, yeah, on the turn. But no dice. Piloyan should be happy with this King 9 here. Maybe some hands like Jacks and 10s, although you do tend to see population c-bet those for the most part. Ace 9 a possibility, but again, likely to
Even though.
also see those ones bet, and gets the value he's looking for with this kind of small stab on the turn. The ace, pretty much a disastrous card. I do wonder if we have any intention from the Norwegian to turn these sevens into a bluff facing this check, which is going to be quite showdown driven. He does beat hands like King 10, Jack 10, maybe a 10-8 suited, maybe a 6-5 suited, maybe a 7-6 suited. But yeah, just going to check it back. Church in the +1 seat opening it up, and he's going to run into a bit of trouble here. Cosma, who's been doing quite well since the feature table started here. Got in there a bit splashy, flopped a set in a 3-bet pot. Also flopped top pair and another 3-bet pot, so he's been right on the good side of the variance so far. Do you see that small 3-bet from the queens here, designed to really put pressure on these types of holdings? These like King 10 suited, King Jack suited, Ace 10, Ace Jack. The 1-over cards. Trying to allow a favorable price for the continue. Also giving room for some potential bluffs as well. And look at this. Could be seeing a mammoth pot here on the feature table. How do we continue here with the Ace King suited? Are we just going to be coming in for the cold 4-bet and saying if the 90 blinds are going in, then so be it?
Race 140.
Does go for the 4-bet to 140, and look at this situation occurring here now. 46.54 as we can see, but the two biggest stacks, not only on the table, but two of the biggest stacks in the entire tournament could be going to war here. I think facing this cold 4-bet, I think our best option is just to call here with the queens. I don't think we want to be getting 90 in versus the big blind 4-bet coming in cold. You can see that big gulp there as he's starting to realize the momentous occasion that he is presented with, not all of a sudden loving life with the queens and now thinking, good Lord, what have I run into here? Safe board for the queens. This king of diamonds not going to be loving life. It's one of those boards that looks quite, you know, connected and semi-scary, but no one's going to have a hand like 10-7, 8s or 9s, really. I guess Cosmo could have 9s from time to time, going for the 3-bet call versus the short stack, but 6s definitely not. Berg is going to check out of position here. Does Cosmo expect his opponent to check hands like aces or kings here? You have to from time to time, I think. Look at this, the Hungarian is sizing up a stab in position here, and he's gone really big.
158.
Kind of signifying that he just wants to take it down right here, right now, and not have to face any future headaches. Not sure what his plan is if he gets check jammed or check raised. But Berg may be thinking, well, wow. You see the check call as Frank looks interested in the background, as we all are here, gripped on the edge of our seats. What's the turn card going to be? Some kind of deuce or 3 of diamonds would be quite spicy, but it is the deuce of hearts. An absolute brick in favor of the Hungarian here. So just to remind you, if you're just tuning in, 4-bet pot. Cosma 3-betting an early position open from a short stack. Church on his direct right with those queens faces a cold 4 out of the big blind. Arrives with a call. We go to the flop. Check call of half pot from Berg, who did not take the option to c-bet out of position in the 4-bet pot. Is Cosma going to slow down here with these queens? Does he fear a better hand in his opponent's range, aces or kings, or does he think that his opponent simply just has ace-king with a backdoor flush draw here? Does check back. The pot is absolutely mammoth, and it's the offsuit 3 on the river. Berg likely to think that he's not got too much showdown value. Maybe he could beat a hand like ace-queen or ace-jack suited, although does ace-jack suited continue versus the cold 4 here? Probably not. Does he have the cojones to go for the all-in here, to try and target hands like jacks, 10s and queens? Doesn't look that comfortable. I know it's easy to say when we concede the whole cards, but bit of a fumble with the chips. A little bit of a infantile kind of look across the face as well. Scrunched up somewhat. Cosma right on him here. Sat back in his chair, staring across, looking for any glimmer of weakness. Look at that, the mean stare in the direction of his opponent, trying to work out what he's got himself into here with these 2 queens. By no means a tough, sorry, by no means an easy decision. Classic caller situation pre-flop. The players were both so deep that the chips didn't go in. And he does find the call. And what a call it is. Hoping to see his opponent have a hand like ace-5, ace-4, bluffing, and those queens are going to win a huge pot here as Berg from Norway maybe gave away the strength of his hand somewhat with the sizing. Would he have jammed with aces and kings? I think so. So Cosma not buying it. Gets a couple of nice calls from the table as they watch one of the biggest pots, and it must be the biggest pot of the entire tournament so far. 1.4, 1.5 million in the middle. Current average is less than 450, so just a mammoth pot there for Cosma, the Hungarian, who moves into definitely a chip lead position here at the festival main event with 74 left. What a spot to be in for the Hungarian.
6,000 is all mine.
Things have slowed down after such a mammoth pot. Look at everybody looking at the stack of Cosmo there thinking, what on earth did we just see? What a hand. And now Berg, who came into the stream feature table as the tournament chip leader, not only the table chip leader, very much back in his shell. 1.7 million the stack of Cosmo. Look at that. He's got well over 3 times average at this stage in the tournament. Actually over 4 times average. An insane stack to have at this stage. And now pocket kings, the very next hand. This is getting silly. Back-to-back monsters, queens, now king. Does Svoboda have any designs on a 3-bet bluff, a 3-bet jam? Does he peel? All options on the table here, really. Taking his time. Just let it go. Church in the big blind has got ace queen, and this could be the end for the Englishman. A really happy shove at this stage, I think, versus a guy who has got over 4 times average and has certainly been really active. Just runs straight into it, snap call, and the chips are in the middle and the cards are on their backs. Can the Hungarian just continue to iron his way through this feature table? It certainly seems as though that's what's going to happen with an ace folded. Some hope for Church with an ace or a queen now needed. 5, no help. Is it going to be an ace or a queen for the Englishman to stay alive? No. So the 9 of hearts rolling off, and it's just continuation of the bulldozing effect that we're seeing from the Hungarian over there in seat 6. If you are slightly confused about the seat numbers, we don't have a seat 5, so we do seat 5 equals seat 6, 7, 8, 9, are -1 essentially because the 5th seat isn't included.
Yeah, 9.
What a run of cards, just at the right time for the Hungarian. Gets himself up to almost 2 million in chips.
I call.
Oh yeah, no, there's something else.
Berg in the cutoff, Queen 9 suited. And Svoboda here with the Queen 10 offsuit. No intention of continuing. Cosma in the big blind comes along with the Queen 6. And the way he's running, are we going to see a couple of 6s on the flop? We're not. Seems like quite an easy spot for Berg to potentially get at least a couple of chips back with his Queen 9 backdoor flush draw. Decent advantage here on the ace-high board, having opened off of the short stack. Goes for 16 into 62, and no resistance from the Hungarian on this occasion. Svoboda with the 10-5 suited. Is he thinking about getting involved? Not sure what Ashhammer's got here, but you do see the action move to a river card, which is the 5. So Cosma with really no equity here, just basically playing the board with his jack high. Will Ashhammer have a better holding? Looks like a jack with a chop. No bluff from either player. It could have been a situation where it was the first person to take a stab at it, takes it down. But instead, 30k going to each of them.
Side any side.
Hello.
Welcome.
And we do have a new player in seat 4. Let's have a little look and see if I can get you the information on him. It is Goran Sungja from Croatia. He has only $2,800 in listed cashes on the Hender Mob. 2 tournaments from Rozvadov. Let's have a look and see if I've got the wrong spelling potentially. Nope, just one profile for the Croat. And Shellam folding with Queen 9 in the big blind there, a little bit on the tighter side versus the open. Closing the action, not looking to take a flop. See, the numbers are improving on Twitch. Thanks very much to everyone joining us here. Hope you're enjoying the show. We are going to be playing down to 16 players on day 2 of the festival main event. Currently with 71. And I will give you some information on the recent bust outs from 72 onwards. It is Tamos Sandor Kostic. We just saw Matthew Church eliminated on the feature table. Lukas Sajnoj is out. Raymond Bertus de Groot, we did see him on the feature table earlier. Alon Shotland hits the rail. Sergej Pilatovs and Bas Delat also from the stream earlier, as well as Christoph Hillinger, the rather popular local Austrian player. And as the ticket goes to 70, the player that was eliminated in 71st was Koloman Soke from Slovakia. So a limp from Shellam, blind versus blind with the 8-5 suited. Doesn't seem to be the most aggressive player in terms of these blind versus blind shoves. Had a couple of spots where he could have just piled it in. There was a 12 big blind spot with 10-9 off previously. And Pilian is actually going to pounce on that, raising with 7 deuce here, perceiving a little bit of weakness. But Shellam will go for the limp call with the suited hand, getting a pretty good price, 18 into 72. And it is the 7 deuce, the pesky 7 deuce, the worst hand in the game, of course, in terms of equity and playability and all of that jazz. But on this board, not too bad with bottom pair. Going to go for sort of a min bet and takes it down.
I thought I have 3 wrong. Thank you, Leader.
An all in now from Shellam on the button, and that one will get through the blinds. The Englishman picks up some much needed chips and is back up over 10 big blinds.
Definitely at 20% against that. 18.
Can I ask you something, please? When you have cards, you need to put them in the box. Yeah? For a couple of seconds.
You have 2 of them.
One here, one there. Yeah, I think the production is really happy with you if you do that.
Back to the action. Berg shoving versus a button open here with the ace-10 suited. Pilian, really no choice but to fold with queen-jack. I think it's just way too many chips.
Less than before.
Doesn't look like he's not folding though, maybe just a little bit of theatrics. Finally see those cards hit the mark, and it's been a nice little resurgence from Berg, having lost about 80% of his stack with ace king of diamonds versus pocket queens in a 4-bet pot. Went for the check call bluff river line, going non-all-in at a stack to pot ratio of about 1 on the river. Went for the sort of 80% pot sizing, and it did get sniffed out by our now chip leader. Which is the Hungarian David Kozma. Sat there in the yellow hoodie with absolutely mountains of chips with 70 players left in a 500k guaranteed main event. What a spot to be in, right? 77,000 euros will be awarded to the winner of this one. We saw 397 players rejoin us for the day 2. And we have whittled them all the way down to 70 so far, with much more work to do before the end of today's play, looking to play down to 16 at present. Shellam once again finding a pocket pair to go with for his 12 big blinds. Frank's somewhat interested with the ace-8, but seeing that it's north of 10 big blinds does make it quite an easy fold. And Svoboda here with the ducks, the deuces, the bottom possible pair. Not likely to be calling it off here.
Beyond. Yeah. Beyond.
I'll be honest, I don't know.
Berg on the button is going to elect to open into 2 short-ish stacks here. Svoboda with the 170k and the small blind will be going all in for sure. Just taking his time, no need to rush. Are we anywhere near another pay jump? Let me just have a little look at that. No, the next pay jump is at 63 left from 1400 that all players currently have locked up to 1550. So an all-in from the Czech man here, trying to ascertain the strength of his opponent. Is he going to get called? Nope. Happy to fly that one through.
Hello, good evening.
Ash Hammer.
Sedmička pas.
Seen a couple of moves from him. He's been mostly quite patient, but has sprung into action a few times, which has allowed him to stay floating above water.
Dvojka pas.
Berg with the 10-9, not going to open into the chip leader. Svoboda shouldn't really have any interest either. Running down the clock a little bit as we see a flurry of eliminations once again. Heidi Ronid, the Norwegian, busting in 70th, unfortunately. Peter V from Hungary left us in 69th, and Saleh Kaya from Denmark busted in 68th.
Šestka rajs.
Osma here facing this limp from the Croatian.
36. 46.
With these kind of cartoon character eyebrows that he's got going on over there. Always looks somewhat surprised.
Štvorka kol.
It's kind of come along with the 9-8 offsuit.
Hello. Štvorka check.
Ace high, great board for the Hungarian once again. Continuing to mop up the chips. Shouldn't really see any resistance here. Let's have a look at the resume of Kozma here. 600k or just under in live earnings. He is the 34th player on the Hungary all-time money list. Biggest score of 253k, wow. Recent scores from 2024, including coming 7th in the Wolf Millionaire for 30k, which was in June. He then had a huge score in a 1k high roller, also in Rozvadov, in July for 42k. And his biggest score came in 2023, where he won the WPT Prime main event at WPT Liechtenstein for $253,000. Insane.
Jedina. Rajs 24. 24. Černotka pas.
So a player coming with a big resume and has played a strong game so far. Made the correct call with the queens. Also just calling the 4-bet as well. It's quite easy to panic and look to get all the money in there, but 90 big blinds with queens versus a cold 4-bet from the big blind. Having 3-bet in +2, not exactly what we want to be doing. So let's see if Kozma is going to continue to sail through the field, or whether he will find some resistance in that path to glory. Roning Haug says, good evening. Always nice to watch the stream. Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks very much. So, a couple of connections with the board here. The primary one being Berg from Norway, with his ace-queen suited, flopping top pair. Ash Hammer in the big blind as well, also flying the flag of Norway, has an awkward middle pair to contend with here, and will be in the sandwich.
Dvojka bet 42. 42.
42. Just south of half pot from the Norwegian. Looking to charge the draws to here, many of them available, the king 10s, the jack 10s, the flush draws, the weaker queen X as well as hands like ace 9, king 9, pocket 10s, pocket jacks, of course, still very much in the range of Piloyan, the Armenian. And sevens with no diamond here, just waving the white flag. You do feel like you are going to be getting bluffed a decent amount of the time, but facing a slight size up from the three-way bet here. The stab in position does leave us not a lot of wiggle room with our pocket sevens. And we do see the fold. And Berg is starting to mount a little bit of a comeback, losing 82% of his stack in that huge pot versus our tournament chip leader, David Kozma, the Hungarian, of course, in that yellow hoodie. As I mentioned, ace-king of diamonds into the queens, and a huge four-bet pot with some pretty significant post-flop action as well. If you are joining us on YouTube, feel free to skip back and have a look at that one. It was probably around about 45 minutes to an hour ago now. Berg in the +2 here with the Jack-9 of spades. Does just fold. Awkward stack size there, sort of hovering between 25 and 30 big blinds. Maybe looking for a bit more of a blocker effect with his opening strategy. Much prefer to open a hand like Ace-7 suited there than Jack-9, despite the superior connectivity of the Jack-9. And Ashhammer finding a spot to get it in. Shoving with the Ace-9, but he's run into the Ace-Jack, and Shellham will be making the call. Norway versus England.
Showdown.
Is it going to be Harry Kane or Erling Haaland to hit the back of the net after this one? Some opportunities for a chop here. King or a queen would be the card that Ashhammer is looking for, or of course the 9 if he wants to be greedy and take it all. What's it to be? The Jack? No, and it's good as a double up for Shellham there. They were both quite evenly matched before the hand, and Ashhammer can't really do anything there with the Ace-9. It was just set up for him to bust the tournament. Could not find the miracle, and we will see him eliminated in 67th, I believe. I will bring you some of the most recent eliminations. He was actually busting in 65th. Evangelos Agiris from Greece was out in 66th. Thomas Stavicki. Let me try one more time. Thomas Stavicki. It's STVRT. That's just not a sound we have in the Queen's English, but Thomas Stavicki. All right, I'm going to give up. And Sahir Kaya was 68th. Kozma, table chip leader, the Hungarian. As I mentioned, quite a strong resume on the Hendon Mob, and definitely checks out with the style of play that he's brought to the table. Quite a fearless player. Very solid, but also quite aggressive as well. Finds some pretty nice red lines so far, as well as not being afraid to open the action and just lean on these short to medium-sized stacks that do surround him at this stage of the tournament on the feature table. We'll get the continue out of Piloyan.
Heads up.
Who does have the best hand, but you feel always the big advantage with the opener, especially on boards like this, right, where it comes a dry ace high. There's not really an awful lot we can do with the king three of hearts here, facing a continuation bet. We do have some backdoor equity, but will already be quite difficult to fight back. Let's see if he's got any designs on taking this one upstairs. Or does he just go for a check call? I mean, all three options are kind of on the table here. He's going to call. Sticks around with the backdoor nut flush draw. Will be ahead of some of the stabs. The 10-9s, the 8-9s, the 10-8s, the jack-10s, the jack-9s, the jack-8s. And does get rewarded for some bravery there. On the turn, Cosma does have that gut shot, and these ones are quite nice to follow through on, expecting lots of snap folds from hands like Queen Deuce suited, 7x. His opponent will have all sorts of hands like 7-8 off, 7-6 off, 10-7 suited. There's just so many 7x holdings in his opponent's range that he can maneuver off here. And already this bet designed to not only fold out some 7x, but versus weak ace-x, already saying, you know what, pal, if you're prepared to thing on here, then good for you, but I'm going to be going for all of it. Can Cosma find the miracle queen here to get out of jail, or will he be able to maneuver Piloyan off of this lowly king x holding 4 on the river? Will the Hungarian fire through, leaving a stack to pot ratio of around about 80%? Piloyan, of course, never ever going to be leading a rivered 4 here. It doesn't improve his range enough to justify a lead. So now Cosma, in terms of a hand combination, does he feel the Jack-10 is going to be the one that he wants to fire through with here? I think we're going to see an all-in. And you know what? I think Piloyan has the minerals to find this call. Does go for it all. 175. Piloyan has 168 behind, and these spots are so annoying, but also massively overbluffed as well. Ace-king on the board, late position versus big blind. So difficult to defend. Does the Armenian have the nous to find a rather spectacular hero for all of his tournament life? 65 left. Slight bit of additional pressure being put into play based on the looming small pay jump from 1400 to 1550 with 63 left, but he's not going to be thinking about the 150 euros right now. He's going to be thinking, hang on a second, I'm going to find a way to pull this off here. My opponent's value range is quite wide. I think even a hand like Ace-8 will be going for all 3 streets here. So you're looking at pocket sevens, pocket twos, ace deuce, ace seven, ace king, ace four, ace eight, ace nine. There is the call. What a play from the Armenian. Finds the correct hero, and Kozma was bluffing it off with the jack 10. And Piloyan, as predicted, had the minerals to find the call. Like the look of his game so far, really solid table presence and kind of hand selection style of play that we've seen from him. Definitely allowing himself a beaming smile there as he sees himself double up here as we get into the business end of the festival main event, of course. Day 2 here, 550 euro buy-in, 500,000 euro prize pool. And there is the player from Armenia's resistance, just when he needed it the most. Do we have any Armenian fans in the chat cheering on your hero after such an excellently played cool down there? Lots of people miss the continue on the flop. Turn does seem relatively standard when we do improve to second pair, but the river by no means easy, playing for the tournament life. Let's have a little look into the bio of Piloyan. 64,000 in live cashes with one big score. He won the Russian Poker Tour main event in Minsk, Belarus in 2023 for $50,000.
Troika all in.
Svoboda is going to shove from +1 here. Piloyan out the way, and Vissa not going to be doing anything either. Huge shove from Svoboda there, sort of 19 big blinds. A little bit hasty, I think, with that stack size. I think we want to be just raising.
New blinds, 8-16, the blind is 16. Wasn't that change? Super big. But ten na 9. Jack of spades. Neviděl jsem ani já. Trojka pas. Přišel nám nový hráč na... Trojka pas. Nový hráč na sedmičku přišel.
Sanjka from Croatia opening it up with the 8s now.
Šestka pas, osmička pas, 34. Daleko pas.
Osman not getting involved with his king 6 suited there, and Piloyan on the button folds the king 10 offsuit over to Berg. King jack suited in the big blind here at the 16k level. Definitely some arguments for a shove here, but he is just going to call.
Heads up. Dvojka check. Čtvorka bet. 25, 25.
Huge flop for Berg, flopping top and bottom with the backdoor royal flush draw.
Dvojka call.
We'll check call the flop, trying to keep his hand looking as inconspicuous as possible.
How is that? Is it hot by these lights?
Yeah, very.
You have a t-shirt, so it's not so cold.
Čtvorka check.
How are you?
Good. I was on 700, I pulled 300.
The deuce rolls off on the river, no help for
Okay.
the Serbian, not a Croatian, sorry. Thought we had a Croatian flag. Yeah, seems to have changed to a Serbian flag now, I'm pretty sure. On the system we've got Croatia.
Dvojka bet, 150, 150.
And then finally I get one cent from the big blind.
But if you have such good stack, you manage to do something.
Čtvorka
Yeah,
pas.
but all the time I open 3-bet shove. I open 3-bet shove.
Jasno. Ano, ano.
So continuing into the evening here, local time around about 9:30. We are on a 30-minute delay as well.
Čtvorka pas.
So we're seeing the action from half an hour ago. So 5 to 9 local time.
Pas. Osmička pas, devina pas. Jednotka pas.
Visser folding with the Jack 3 suited there on the short stack, not able to do too much. He's been pretty card dead as far as the feature table showing from him. I've been there, it hurts. Not getting the opportunity to showcase your skills or even just find a couple of open jams. A couple of recent eliminations, of course, Anders Ashhammer, who busted in 65th on the feature table. Vladimir Olisovsky from Slovakia was out in 64th. Dimitros Nanos out in 63rd. Josef Hedji out in 61st. Second, sorry.
Trojka check. Heads up.
Limp and a check back between the two 10-6s here. Berg does hold that 10 of clubs. Might be a nice one to start to bet now. Looking to fold out some hands like, you know, Jack deuce, Jack 4, King, King deuce, king 4, king 5, queen deuce, queen 4, queen 5, etc. With that 10-6, able to turn some equity in the form of a club from time to time. Svoboda, though, continuing his steely glaze at the table, staring his opponent down before checking back.
Dvojka check. Taká 16. 16.
Swoboda will take a stab at it, facing a second check from his opponent, representing a hand like an 8, a queen, potentially a 3 going for some protection. Flash value, of course.
Dvojka raise, 53.
Look at this from Berg. Going for the check raise with absolutely no equity and taking it down, and that's why he's managed to get himself back into the thick of things here. Having a little look at his Hendemob resume.
Šestka pas.
Caches dating back to 2010. Most notable was coming 5th in the 880 euro pot limit Omaha at the Norwegian Championships in Dublin 2022. A couple of other decent scores as well. Coming 6th in the high roller at the Norwegian Championships in Oslo in 2021. And 2nd in a 550 6 max at the Irish Open and Norwegian Championships in 2017. Total cashes of $77.7 thousand. As Arechko, new to the table, opens it up with the
Ja sam si nevšiml, ako by nič, ale...
Has he folded? The King Jack suited? Surely not, right? I think he's folded the King Jack suited there from +1. Wow. Wasn't expecting to see that.
Dvojka pas.
Visser jamming the cutoff with ace deuce off here for around about 8 big blinds. Looks away.
129. Trojka pas. Štvorka pas.
Gets it through and gets back over the all-important 10 big blind mark. Couple more eliminations to give you information about, which I will circle back to shortly. As we have a dealer change, and this will be the last level before the break. Let's have a look into the stacks, shall we? David Kozma from Hungary, continuing to dominate the feature table. 1.6 million to his name, over 100 big blinds. Current average stack around about 500k, so he's got over 3x that. And the rest of the table sort of between the 10 to 30 big blind range.
Okay.
Second pass. Awesome pass. Third pass. One more pass. Three all in.
Svoboda jamming the button with King Deuce off. What on earth is going on here? Lots of chips flying in the middle here, a rather out of line and unorthodox play, and it might get punished, you know, as Sanchka, the Croatian, in the small blind. Thinking over things with the ace-jack here. He's going to jam, praying not to get snapped off by Cosma in the big blind. And yeah, King Deuce. Is the hand shown. Can the Czech player find a way out of jail here? Needs a deuce or a king to stay alive. The 9 doesn't help anything. A deuce or a king, or he's going to be going home, ruining that shove. Little bit of a panic jam there, especially into the chip leader, who had the chips to make the thinner calls as well, you know. So not ideal. And Cosmo would have rivered the nut straight as well with his queen 10 of diamonds, which probably wasn't going to fold either versus the 12 big blind jam. However, semantics, not what we need to focus on. It is the Croatian who finds the elimination as we are down to 57. Let's get those eliminations on the outer tables for you, shall we? Going out in 61st was Ronan Mordechai from Israel. Then it was the turn of the player from Belgium, Patrick Maxim Yoa. He was busted in 60th. Nikolai Dimitrov Savov busted out in 59th, and we just saw Thomas Svoboda of the Czech Republic hit the rail in 58th. The current payout is 1,550 euros, with 55 and above getting 1.8k. So Frank Visser in the hijack here, not taking any chances. 16 big blinds, but look at this. Berg, who's been on a climb back up the ranks, having lost 80% of his stack with ace king of diamonds versus the queens earlier on, now finds the bullets, the rockets, the number 1 American Airlines. Call it what you want, it's the number 1 hand in the game. And what a spot for the Norwegian, and what an unfortunate turn of events for the Dutch player Frank Visser, well known for his contributions to poker reporting around Europe. Also plays a pretty mean mixed game and has had lots of success in the mixed game streets. Total cashes of 210k on the mob. He is 221st on the all-time list. And look at this, Rechko behind has queens. Just as I was having a little look at the resume of Visser, it's an opportunity for Berg to knock out the double elimination. Diamond on the turn, potentially for a sweat. There it is, the king of diamonds. Visser has a diamond out. No queen, of course. But the jack does not help at all, as Berg finds a double elimination here with 57 left. and gets himself all the way back up to a stack of just under 900k. He came into our feature table with about 1 million in chips, was chip leading the entire tournament, not just the feature table. Went all the way down to 150 and now has climbed back up within just a couple of levels. What a roller coaster ride for the Norwegian. As we see 2 eliminations there, the Polish man, Rechko, with those queens set up and will be hitting the door.
Sometimes you find
So we do have 2 seats open. We may be waiting a little while for a restructure of the tables.
You're gonna be seeing the Yeah, don't get any ideas. You would have killed me with that trucking jet. What Jan terms you call? What Jan terms you call? Yeah. You know when you're the Jackson.
Yeah. On the big one. Daš mi ho tam?
Oh, no. Yeah. When you go 85, by Jan,
Iba na jednotku, hej?
I mean, if Jackson, if you raise it, I call. But if you...
Don't bluff this guy.
We play on the big blind?
New player to the feature table is Christoph Gottil from Austria. Let's have a little look at his resume.
Really? Okay.
I thought.
Can't find the Hendon mob for the new player in seed 1. Sunjka is going to raise with 7-5 off. Gets Cosmo out the way, and Shalom doesn't find a response either in the big blind, as has been quite typical. Not the type of player that likes to defend the big blind from what we've seen so far. Quite happy just to let it go and wait for other spots. And a flurry of eliminations over the last half hour means we are down to 55 in the main event, and that pay jump all the way up to 1,800 euros has been secured for everyone left in the field. 983 players down to 55, and we will be playing down to 16 today, so another 39 eliminations to go. We did continue day 2 with 397 players. Of course, the late registration was available for 2 levels, and they resumed play at 12 o'clock local time.
No pineapple? Okay.
Local time here in Slovakia is 21:41. So, Shalom limping blind versus blind with the Queen 4 suited. And it is Piloyan once again coming out on top in these blind versus blind situations. Does have bottom pair with the gut shot. Diamond would make things a little bit interesting. Ooh, ooh, ooh. No? Do we get to see the turn? Has gone check, check, I believe.
Like a diamonds.
And a 5, actually. Somewhat interesting. An open-ender now for Shalom. Maybe he's going to decide to do something with that. Looking to lean on some King X, King High hands, maybe some Queen X that he chops with, Queen 3, Queen Deuce, getting them out the way. Jack on the river. Will the Englishman find a way to steal this one from his opponent? And he's going to go for some kind of middling bet here. 40k into 88. About 40% pot. Representing something like a 7 here. Maybe some hands like 10-4 suited. Piloyan must know his customer here. It's not the type of player that's got super out of line. The bet does look quite value heavy. But he will mull over his decision here. Still in the tank. Not exactly studying his opponent, just ends up mucking it. And no show from Shalom. Quietly taking down and blind versus blind pot there with a bit of aggression. Nice to see from the Englishman. Shall we take a little look at his Hender Mob resume whilst we're on a bit of downtime here, looking for another player to fill out the table here. He has 205k in cashes on the mob. The most significant of those was all the way back to 2013 at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. He won a £500 deep stack between Christmas and New Year for £36,000. Burst onto the scene in 2007 with multiple decent scores. Coming 10th in a GKPT, 3rd in a freeze out, and then 6th in a GKPT event as well. First 3 recorded scores were pretty decent ones in terms of buy-ins won. And this year, let's see what he's been up to. Had a multitude of middling scores, went to Vegas for the summer by the looks of things. Had a couple of deep runs in some 200 to 500 euro daily tournaments. And did get 5th, of course, on Thursday in the Hender Mob Championship for 5,000 euros. So it's been a good trip for the Englishman so far. Ace-6. Surely going to see an open from Jason on the button. Thank you to Estonian Weirdo for helping us out with the payouts. And a raise and a take for the Englishman once again, moving up through the ranks. Thank you for all of you joining us across our many streaming platforms, but predominantly Twitch and YouTube. If you're looking to get any feedback, ask any questions, or simply cheer on your hopeful left in the festival main event, do let us know on the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat. Sevens for Sprakta, the short stack. Doesn't look that short actually. He's got a mountain of chips there. Way more than 64k, that's for sure. Has opened it up, gets rid of a little bit of driftwood there, and it's over to the Norwegian in the big blind. Just a call.
38.
With Jack 7 suited and not flopping an awful lot there. Likely to see a c-bet from the Czech player here, Sprakta. Alois Sprakta has 64k in total cashes on the mob. Lots of low stakes buy-ins. Biggest score of 7th in the WSOP circuit main event in Rozvadov 2019 for 41,350 euro. But aside from that, a string of Czech tournaments over in Prague, and more recently some small scores in some Slovakian events also. Cosma, the chip leader, getting spoilt with the deck once again. Ace King of Diamonds, raising it up to 32.
Count. Yeah, I need to know the number.
Does make its way around to his arch nemesis, Berg. They did collide in a huge pot. And Cosmo, of course, was on the good end of that, as you can imagine, with that towering stack of 1.5 million. Berg will learn his lesson from last time, perhaps, just calling with the King Jack suited.
Can I ask you the counters? I guess I'll Is that?
Look at this. Norwegian coming out on top this time so far with his flush draw. Although Cosmo, of course, with ace high still has the best holding. Are we going to see any form of check raise from Berg here? Or does he just go for the check call line? Questions to ask here, among many others. What sort of... How does Cosmo really hit this board? Does he have ace-5 offsuit in that opening range? Maybe not. Wow, deuce of diamonds, both players now holding a flush draw, and you'd think advantage Cosma with no flush completer or jack for the Norwegian, but certainly won't be going anywhere facing this second barrel unless Cosma goes huge, and he doesn't bet at all. Happy to check it back. 10 arriving on the river. And Berg checks it over, and Cosma happy to... Oh, no. A little bit of a preemptive graphical move there. But there is the check.
Right.
Give it salt in this level. Trojka. Sedem pas. Osem pas. 32 race. Na 9, 32 race. Jedna pas. Dva pas. Tri pas. Triko. Heads up.
Piloyan opening it up in the hijack, and Sunchka is going to defend with his 8-6 offsuit, but very much advantage over to Armenia here with this board. King, King, Queen, much favoring us. Opening from the hijack, going to have all of the big hands here. Also this ace-jack certainly has incentive to start to lean on some of these lower pocket pairs, as well as get value from flush draws and straight draws. Getting calls from ace-10, jack-10, jack-9, flush draws. Very much a happy proposition, but nothing that the Croatian can do there.
Sedem pas. Osem race. 37. 37.
Jason Shellham from England opening it up once again with the ace-queen.
Tri pas.
Sunchka, the Croatian,
How much do you have?
certainly has interest in the stack of his opponent.
It's right there in front.
But quite a tricky proposition with this chip leader sat there behind. Likely route to entry of the pot is going to be just a call. And that's what he's going to do here, making up the 37k. A little bit of a size up from Shellham.
Triko.
As Cosma happy to fold the jack-7, not looking to get involved, versus short-ish stack opening from under the gun, and now what is quite a fairly strong range from the small blind. Decent board for Shellham here to apply pressure on exactly these types of holdings, you know, the 5s, the 6s, the 7s. Doesn't need to go too big, although he does go for 40. Actually quite a good big fan of this size. He has a good advantage here and gets the job done. Nice work from the Englishman, up to 420k. Sitting pretty now with nearly 30 big blinds in his arsenal. I believe we have time for a couple more hands before these players will go to a break. The break will be 40 minutes. Nope, sorry, I'm reading that wrong. Will be another 15-minute break, I think. Shalom once again with the King-Queen offsuit. Going to pop it up. 54 now remaining, so I can give you information on that most recent bust out. It was Konstantinos Dimadis hitting the rail in 55th. So Shalom opening it up with the King-Queen. Gutil now springing into life with Ace-King suited. Not seen much from the Austrian, but a big opportunity to pick up some chips here. I don't think he's going to get called by Shalom, but certainly the question needs to be asked. How much? 191k plus 2, finding the 3-bet jam. My eyes deceived me. I thought it was suited. He's got Ace-King double suited. Hearts and diamonds. Shalom here. Don't think we need to call versus these positions. Definitely like hijack versus button, where the range is going to be a bit wider. Maybe you could give your opponent credit for some inferior suited broadways, but in this instance, the King-Queen just shriveling in value versus the perceived 3-betting range of our opponent on that 13 big blind stack.
It's not too much to call, yeah? You want to learn me yet? I had a razor hand, but not calling the half my stack hand. Have you got a book? I'll read it. He's played one hand. Yeah. I'm gonna watch it back later, see if it was a good fold. I think it was. I look at the TV later. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okej, 65, 65, 67 pas. 8 pas.
Pilian waking up with ace king, facing some action in front of him. Politowski with the queen 10 opening from +2. Sunka in the hijack having 3-bet with ace deuce of hearts. As we do near the break. This, I think, will be the last hand. Maybe time for one more. But not to worry, as Pilotan has a pretty dreamy situation.
I think we're going to get moved, aren't we?
Yeah, hope so.
Such a small 3-bet from Sunka. So definitely a multitude of options here. He has just under 40 big blinds. So jamming feels okay. If we 4-bet, yeah, I think that's reasonable. 4-betting non all in almost looks stronger in some senses.
You're going back on table 24, yeah? You're going back on.
And so much dead money out there, just happy to take it down. So 53 left, and we will be bringing a fresh table for you after this 15-minute break. See you very soon, guys, and thanks for tuning in to day 2 of the festival.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in the defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe. trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to continued coverage of the festival main event. We have a new feature table, headlined by a good friend of mine, flying the flag of Romania, residing in Italy, Paul Minzariu. Also on the table, we have Gudzunas with the English flag, Sitavanch from the Czech Republic, Gazelis, Forendal, Latvia and Sweden, and also Rudolf from Slovenia and Shishkov from Bulgaria. Going to get things underway very shortly. Currently a field of 51 remaining, as the last flurry of eliminations was Igor Brimus, Itchak Meshomar, Patrick Mateos. Going in 52nd to 54th. And what do we have for the next pay jump? It is at 47 to over 2K, 2.050.
Finally, we changed the deck.
Okay, so you use these bolts, you these.
Thanks very much, everybody, for joining. Here are the payouts that we will be playing for tomorrow. Currently, the task for the players remaining is to book their place in the last 16, where we will close out the action for tonight. First place will be taking home 7,000 euros, and all final table participants guaranteeing themselves 7,000 euros. So it's going to be a pretty big one tomorrow for day 3 of the festival main event. Stay tuned for that one tomorrow. But for now, we're going to be continuing with the day 2 coverage, playing down to those final 2 tables where the players will bag up their chips, get a good night's sleep, and come back tomorrow. Not sure what the wait's all about, but we're waiting for the continuation of play here with 51 left. Let us know who you're cheering for. And if you are joining us across our multiple platforms, welcome, welcome on what is day 2 of the festival main event series. Let's get a bit of information for you from some of the other bits and bobs of news. Currently, we do have the mystery bounty, which is a 250 euro 50k guaranteed. That started at 6 o'clock local time. We're looking at 10:30 local time right now, so that's well underway. Recently starting the cash game challenge, which is the 10-10 PLO. Minimum 1k sit down, so looking like a big game there. And a PLO 5 Turbo Late Night Madness, 125 euro, which started at 10 o'clock. Hello, dobry wieczór. Good evening. 12. Still waiting for things to get back underway. Not sure what the commotion is all about. We did resume the stream potentially a little bit early, but as you can see, they are the payouts for day 3, not day 2. The current payout is 1,800 euros for the remaining players, down to 47th, which will be 2.05k. The next one after that will be at 39th for 2.4k, and the top 16 players, which will be the guys making day 3, will have already locked up 3.85k. So quite a short stacked feature table. All in seed 4, the current chip leader with, I think, 27 big blinds. And we do have a couple of short stacks in the mix as well. Looks like seat 2 is pretty short there. He's got another few blues underneath there. So back to the action, and the shades are on for man flying the Romanian flag in the center of our screen with the electric pink hair. Forendal out the way, and the Slovenian Rudolf also following suit. Anything for Shishkov? No, just the Texas Dolly Brunson. Not a hand we're looking to play. Gudziunas, Lithuanian name, flying the flag of England. Opens it up to 40k. Gudziunas, new to the scene, has got a flurry of English caches to his name. Ooh, and we'll be seeing an all-in confrontation in the very first hand here, as the Lithuanian will certainly be calling Matas Gudziunas with the 10s. Going to be putting in the rest here. Does call, and we are off to the races. Ace Queen for Gazelis, the Latvian, versus those 10s of Gudziunas. What's it to be? 440k in there. Big pot for both players, of course. Nine high board looking good for Matas. Needing to fade the ace or the queen. The jack of diamonds does give a flush draw to the ace queen, but the 9 of hearts rolls off. And a clean river for Matas gets him up to 715k, which will be now the table chip leader. So let's see if he starts to lean on that advantage that he has over the rest. Looking into his Hendon mob, a rather modest resume, although only active for around about a year. Started off with some smaller events at the UK IPT, and his biggest cash is $5,000, coming 4th in the World Amateur Poker Championship for 4k pounds. Also had a semi-deep run in the Hendon Mob Championship earlier on in this week, getting just over a min cash there, €600 payday. But this will be certainly a massive opportunity for that man, new and fresh onto the live scene by the looks of the mob, although you never know whether he has online background as well. Rudolf, the Slovenian, 26k, a 26 big blind stack with 48 left, so I can give you some of the info on the other eliminations. It was Jonathan Ross Bannerman, an Englishman, going out in 49th. Espen Ringstad, who we had on the feature table earlier, busted in 50th. And look at this, Sitavanch, the Czech Republic man on the button with the pocket 10s. He's going to slide in a 3-bet, and we'll be looking to play for it all by the looks of things.
145. Štvorka pas.
Inzariu, no reason to get involved with the 4s, but Forendal will definitely be considering his options here with these 9s. Essentially low jack versus button. Quite a meaty 3-bet size as well from the Czech Republic man, who's north of 3x. He does commit the rest of his stack with the 9s. 48 left. Maybe there's a pay jump. Yeah, there's a pay jump up to 47. So he does leave himself with 10k behind. And Rudolph now facing this action. I don't think we're going to be looking to get involved anymore with these 8s. 100k into 465, but he knows that he's just going to be absolutely cooked by these ranges and is in fact third. So off to the flop here. Can the Swede find a miracle run out? Well, he does have a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw at the very least, but it is a set for the Czech man here. Puts the rest of the chips in, 10k, and yeah, we're not absolutely thrilled by the idea, but he's gonna at least run down the time bank a little bit, trying to make that pay jump. If he can get into the top 47, he will get a pay jump of 250 euros. So very much in his interest to try and secure that, allow maybe a bust out on one of the other tables to come before him. So just playing the game here. Everyone around the table knows what's going on, but out of courtesy and perhaps a little bit of sympathy as well, just allowing him to run down the clock himself rather than calling the clock on him. Still waiting with Forendal here. We know the money's going in, of course. Getting a ridiculous price. A small
time.
Time is called. The Slovenian not having any of it.
Florman time.
I get a penalty in Bratislava in Prague when I make the game.
And he gets the pay jump, apparently. And he's up against a set, so he needs to find a heart, an 8, a queen on the turn for some hope. And he's drawing dead. Unfortunately, we do see the elimination of Forendal, but he did manage to get the all-important pay jump. So he's going to cash for 2,050 euros. And the player eliminated in 48th was Jan Erik Larsen Iversen, who we did see on the feature table a little bit earlier. So down to 46 here at the festival main event, and plenty more poker to be played tonight, as we are going to have to go through another 29 eliminations to arrive with our remaining 16 players to make the day 3 and the final 2 tables that will continue tomorrow at midday local time. Unshook One, Mikey Leonard, how are you doing? Thanks very much for joining the stream once again. Good to have you in the chat supporting the stream. Good evening, sir. Can give you guys some information on any of the notable names that stick out across the outer tables. Matus Gab, still Eastern Slovakian legend, hailing from Kosice there, but plying his trade a lot over in the US and, of course, in the western part of Slovakia, here in Bratislava. Lukas Benkovic, Lukasino, who was well known for a huge score in a scoop in the early 2010s. Who else do we have? We have Zandar as well, the former policeman, who we saw 6-bet bluff jam the ace-4 off yesterday and get it through on the last hand of the day in the 5-5 cash game challenge. Bernard Hyder as well, well-known online player, plying his trade on some of the bigger sites, real name player on the one that you're probably thinking of, but I'm not going to say. And apart from that, no one that really jumps off the page from my knowledge. But David Kozma as well, who we did see on the feature table with a mountain of chips, the Hungarian, 22nd in the all-time Hungarian money list, was going about business rather well. Balan, the Romanian, opening it up with the ace-jack and pull on the button with ace 8-7 suited in diamonds. Is going to call. No small blind at the moment, so just the big blind. Only one player to worry about. Happy to defend the button here. Let's see if Rodolf is going to come along for the ride as well. The Slovenian getting a pretty decent price, closing the action, 30 into 170. Let's take our chances with the 8-6. It's not often that we are actually dominated, but in this situation, Paul with the slight upper hand with the 7 kicker. Decent board there for Balan, the Romanian opener from the +1 seat. Although quite likely to see this one go check, check, check. Just going to go for half pot. Certainly was the Romanian betting half pot with the ace-jack rather than Rudolph, who just has 8 high here and will not be considering continuing, you feel. He's out.
Max protection.
It's 7 of diamonds for Godzunas. They face some resistance here from Jared Sika with the King Jack. Certainly a candidate for a 3-bet fold. Although easy to do it with all of these offsuit combinations. If we are 3-bet folding the King Jack, then all of a sudden the King Queens, the Ace Jacks, the Ace Tens. And we are looking at 48 combos of 3-bet folds, so definitely in the interest to consider folding a decent amount of the time and potentially randomizing a 3-bet there. Pinioslaw says, Coral. Welcome to the stream. Sitavanch with the ace-9 himself. Does he have any designs on taking this one upstairs, or is he just simply looking to come along for the ride with the dead button?
Trojka call. Trojka pass.
Minzario out the way with the 7 deuce. Rudolph, ace-3, seems a little bit weak to consider getting involved. Then Shishkov will surely get rid of his jack-5 off in what is certainly the year of Bulgaria. Boris Angelov going on a huge run in some of the higher stakes tournaments. Guys like Dimitar Danchev, Alex Kulev as well.
Mentally, and bust all of them.
Yeah.
Good board for the English-Lithuanian. Getting stared down by his opponent, but a decent hand to start to initiate the betting with. Looking to capture value from overcards with backdoor flush draws, potential floats. And it's going to get a call out of the ace-9, so it's a decent start for Matas. We'll be happy to see the 3 on the turn. Not that likely that his opponent is going to improve on this turn card. Pocket 3s would be a sore one. Asking to see his opponent's stack. We can see that they are both pretty deep here, both playing around about 600k behind with 230k in the middle, which makes up for an SBR of about 2.5. And here comes the second barrel here. Unblocking those backdoor clubs. Going for that middling sizing half pot. Doesn't tell the story that maybe an overpair might start to bet, but kind of hand playing at this point. Doesn't really feel like committing to the sort of geometric sizing, which would be a little bit larger, of course. This one does leave a slightly awkward stack to pot ratio on the river of 485 into 450.
First I like it, but now I see how slow it's going. I don't like anymore.
Trojka pass.
And gets the fold from the ace-9, so job done from Matas.
Maybe tough decision.
Yeah, but it's going slower in general. Every hand is slow. Every fold was slow.
40, 40. Trojka pas, četvorka pas. Sedmička pas. Osmička, raise. 115, 115.
Does go for the 3-bet non-all-in with the jacks. Apologies, I was just on mute there. Not sure why. But Shishkov with the 3-bet non-all-in, certainly the superior play, allowing your opponent the opportunity to continue with worse, allowing your opponent the opportunity to jam worse. I think many players in these spots tend to go for the 3-bet jam, don't think too much of it, and often lose value. Does get the king jack to fold, of course. But maybe could have induced some kind of ace jack, ace 10, king jack suited type of 4-bet jam in that situation, which obviously would have given him a nice equity advantage. Looking to 3-bet call those jacks and picks up the open and the blinds.
He doesn't care about the money, he wants the action.
Already got the message.
Sitavanch from the +1 spot. Seems to be quite a loose and semi-fearless player from what we've seen from just the first couple of orbits on this table. Gets rid of Inzariu. Rudolph following suit here. Shishkov with the king 7 of clubs on the button. Certainly a playable holding. But versus the +1 seat does shrivel a little bit in terms of the fact that we're going to be dominated a decent amount of the time. Does he find the peel? He does fold. Balan out the way, and Godzionas will, of course, relinquish the big blind with the 8 deuce off.
Stay close to me, just tell me.
Rudolph here with the king queen. A nice sight to see in the hijack off of the 20 big blind stack. Looking to open. Primary objective of taking down the blinds, but if he faces resistance, you cross that bridge when it comes. It's going to open from the hijack, of course, and does go through to the blinds. What do we have here for the Polish player in the big blind? Does have pocket fours, certainly a candidate for a jam here. Getting raised folds from hands like sixes, potentially sevens, ace 10 suited, ace 9 suited, king queen, king jack, queen 10, queen 9, king 10 suited. All of these hands are likely to raise fold to us. Of course, I do reel off a lot of hands that we get to raise fold, but also there will be overpairs in there. You know, 8s plus is going to call. And also in the calling range is going to be some ace queen, some ace king. Is he going to find the jam here? 43 left. As we just lose Kamil Mateus Zoen. What is going on here? A 3-bet non-all-in with pocket fours from the big blind. Giving his opponent a seriously good price here, 65k into 240. And King Queen, as it goes, is one of those candidates that with this kind of meta of a shift in big blind 3-betting frequencies of over the last couple of years, where online you do see a lot of people with this kind of small to middling amount of ICM pressure you can put on your opponent, finding a lot of 3-bet non-all-ins in these spots. And King Queen, of course, blocks value, so kings and queens. It blocks ace king, it blocks ace queen suited, and it also unblocks all of these ace high-low type hands. An ace deuce, an ace 3, an ace 5, an ace 6 that people do tend to use quite liberally. And pocket fours are rather unorthodox one, but gets the job done.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, big and short. Big and comfortable.
Where do I put them? Here? Or here? Here. This one not work. That's it. Just it can be like this, right?
Czwórka pas. Szóstka pas.
Dario at the way with the king 3. Bojovic also folding. Rudolph gets out the way. Shishkov folds.
Jedna pas.
Gadziunas has king queen offsuit here on the button.
Jedna, cztery. Pięknie. Bot.
And he's going to open to 40k. Jedrzejczyka. He folds, and Stavanch with d9-8 off, likely to complete. Defending his big blind here versus a button open.
Trójka koło. Jest op.
Swing and a miss for both players, but always in these situations you do tend to favor the pre-flop opener having the advantage. Not just in equity, as we can see here, 75-25, but the tempo, the likelihood of a continue at a reasonable clip. Not expecting our opponents to have 5-3 off, 3 deuce off, 6-3 off. Ace-4, of course, shed by both players. A deuce rolls off on the turn. Again, not really a card that will hit Sitavanch that much. He will have some suited deuce-X, but not an awful lot. But look at this. He is going to pounce on some of the weakness here. Betting 55 into 110, going for the half pot with his 9-8. I think Gadzunas will be finding a call here. 2 clean overcards. Likelihood of some bluffs in there. Some 4x, some 6-7, some 6x, some flush draws. We should be ahead of most of the bluffs. And we are only really dead versus a deuce or ace-4.
You are very silent. You don't know me. I'm joking. This is the lowest level I can speak. No, when it's after 10.
He does find the continue, as predicted, with the king-queen. Sticking around for a river. What's it to be here? It is the queen, so he will be feeling much happier about his holding right now, as he does take the lead versus hands like a 5 or a 3. Maybe there could be some overpairs in Sitavanch's range. Does he jam 30 big blinds pre-flop with the 7s, the 6s of the world? Remains to be seen. And he's going to go for another barrel here, and this one isn't going to work.
Call.
A fortunate river there for Matas, and he does take down the pot. His opponent going for a rather uncommitted river sizing there, and this is a continual theme that you will see deep into these low to mid-stake tournaments. These river bets of the smaller size, not quite committing to the task at hand. If he really wants to represent the deuce, and he wants to fold out some ace highs and some stronger hands in his opponent's range, you just got to go super big there. Let's get some of the flurry of eliminations now, as we are down to 38 on the ticker. It's Patrick Kunik hits the rail in 42nd. Unfortunately, Jakub Janosowski as well out in 41st. So 2 Slovak local players hitting the rail consecutively. Jan Fredrik Nordli, we saw him on the feature table earlier. Did quite well to make it that far. And wow, Goran Sankja, the Croatian, who left our feature table with about 600 or 700k in chips. He's found a way to bust. So we are down to 38, and the current payout is 2,400 euros. So they've just made another pay jump. Gadzunas opening it up once again, continuing his tempo. Jedrzejczyk. He's going to call with the King Jack, a very playable holding versus the cutoff opening range. And over to Paul Minzariu here with the fives in the big blind. Hunched down in his seat. Does find the jam here, and what a spot for the Romanian Italian. Will certainly be getting through Gerdziunas, and I don't think Jedrzejczyk, let's go with that, is going to call with the King Jack either. Does not, and Paul gets it through. Nice pick up there. Back up to over 500k, 25 plus blinds in his arsenal now.
Vamos Italia.
Not vamos, it's andiamo.
Andiamo. Andiamo.
Andiamo, you should know all
I
that.
prefer Vamos.
Yeah? Yeah,
He's
it's a good.
Barcelona fan, you see.
Vamos is
Vamos
international.
Barça. Vamos Barça.
He prefer Vamos. I remember when I say in Perla to Mimo, Vamos, how angry he was.
You ever been in Berlin?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
40.
Rudolph having a little smile and a joke with his fellow table mates. Now opening it up with the ace-10. Still with the smile, but it's back to business now. Loving this table energy, it's great. Deep into the day two, maybe a little bit of delirium going through these guys. They've been playing for nearly half a day at this point. The action resumed at 12 o'clock local time, and local time now 10 past 11. Sitavanch with the patented black gloves. And that's going to be a raise and a take for the Slovenian. Nicely done.
But not for under the gun.
It was open easy. Was not as a banana. One more.
Shishkov folds, and over to Balan with the pocket sevens from +1. Happy to open those puppies up. Gets folds and is now around to the blinds. Bojovic bringing a bit of swagger to the table with a funky jacket there. So two Slovenians in the blinds, Bojovic and Rudolph now eyeing up the stack of his opponent, King-Queen offsuit.
I don't see on your paper.
No pasta.
Not funny to you?
Going for some table talk, getting absolutely nothing out of the Romanian.
Let's see. Can have some fun.
Mitya Rudolph, I can tell you, has
My board.
live earnings of $317,000 and is 6th on the Slovenian all-time money list. His biggest score is $51,000. That was some time ago by the looks of things. Just scrolling back on the mob profile. He won the No Limit Hold'em Premier Cup in Nova Gorica in 2017 for 43.6 thousand euro. And also got second in the IPS Grand Final in Nova Gorica in 2018, so went on an absolute tear. Looks to be traveling around playing Decent volume of live tournaments. His biggest score this year is around about $9,000. Coming second in a 1K in Nova Gorica. That was in September.
I look a bit Spanish to me.
It's close. It's close.
Close.
Nice. Not on the map.
Jedrzejczyk folds his 8-7, but Sitavanch may be interested in these fours from the hijack here. Does have a couple of reshove stacks to contend with behind, but looks to be interested. Opens it up to 40k. Bojovic feels the button with the King Jack suited. And Shishkov here in the big blind. Is he going to come along for the ride with the ace-8? He certainly is. So 3 ways to a flop here. Hijack button and big blind. And it does come ace high, but a gut shot for Sitavanch. Maybe a good candidate for a bet on the flop. Does check. And drills the straight on the turn. Double flush draw board though. Shishkov with that ace. Happy to check it over. Not able to glean 2 streets out of his holding. But can certainly have designs on maneuvering to a river and then looking to seek some value from there. 150k in there. Sitavanch now going for what looks to be around about a half pot sizing. That's a pretty quick fold from the King Jack, of course, drawing dead to most of the betting range. Only ahead of flush draws. And Shishkov. Ace of clubs, 8 of diamonds. Holding the ace of clubs, definitely nice. And the river flush completer. Will he be able to make use of this ace of clubs and maneuver his check opponent off of this pot somehow? I mean, he's going to lead jam all in. Gets absolutely snapped off though by the straight. Pocket 4's not going anywhere. And that is a monumental pot heading over in the direction of the man from the Czech Republic. In a situation where it's quite rare, you do see the bluffs here, as obviously the most likely bluff would be the ace of clubs, which also has the showdown value. So no consideration whatsoever for that, just snapping it off, as he probably should with the 4s, to be fair. Can't be folding a straight. Maybe he thinks about some of the hands slightly lower down in the range, but having checked the flop, felt like he was potentially somewhat under it and is pulling in a massive pot here. Blinds are up.
50.
What did they say to you before when you smile so much?
And we are up to the 15k, 30k, which means that a starting stack is the big blind. That's when you know you're getting into the business end of the tournament. 38 left out of 983 players.
Okay.
These guys have locked up a payday of 2,400 euros with the next jump at 31, which we'll see it go up to 2750.
Immediately, I will show, but can I do with delay a bit? It's fair, because once, you know what happened when I was on the final table? UTG tank for 3 minutes, and then he folds 9-9 with 10 big blinds, and I have queens, and now I'm suspicious a bit. I don't want to show immediately my cards. When I'm action, no problem. You never know. I protect myself. Tell to them what say. I like to put when it's my action. Not before.
Paul Manzario here with the King Queen suited.
I will always show no problem, but
Yeah, but it should...
it's all in.
Not getting anything
Now is the time.
from the dealer. Goes all in for... we are at the 1530k, of course. He's got 17 blinds. Doesn't want to raise call his hand, so he's just going to send it in, and that will take it down. Pickup of 75k.
7-2.
50% of your wish.
Really, and from that time I'm so suspicious.
Quite a big jump there from the 10k, 20k level to the 1530. Usually you do see a sort of 10-25 in the middle, but
You wait, somebody told him.
we are going to be playing deep into the night, and so
Or what did they have queens, right?
the next pay jumps after blind level jumps after this are a lot more incremental. It goes 20-40, 25-50, 30-60, 40-80, and 50-100. Imagine that we will be finishing the day's play around about the 30k, 60k level, maybe 40-80. Let's see what develops. Jedrzejczyk with the queens and 13 big blinds. He's going to open it up for the min raise here. Very happy to allow some action to develop behind him. Let's see if Sitavanch has the nous to be able to navigate away from what could be a potential collision here. Ace-Jack. All options on the table, really. Folding. I think peeling would be probably the least attractive. Somewhere between folding and a very small 3-bet. His opponent really active, moving around a lot. And he looks to be 3-betting a size that will be fairly committal here. 175, almost the full 3x, and that is exactly what the Polish man was looking to see here. Jedrzejczyk. Shishkov does have an ace as well, even better news for the Pole. And how long until we see the all-in? Going to fiddle around with his chips a little bit, trying to sell it that bit extra. But, you know, there's not really much point in theatrics at this point. Your opponent's put in pretty much half your stack. Now, Shishkov did commit his tiny stack on the button. I did not see that. Apologies for that. And Sitavanch will 3-bet call. That seemed to be the intended plan of action. And all of a sudden, what a spot here. for Jedrzejczyk. Could be moving all the way up to 915k if he can find it. And it's a strong start. 4-seat 2 here. Queen on the turn. There's the full house. That locks it up, and that will be the elimination of the Bulgarian Shishkov, heading out in
And happy Easter.
So much.
And happy next Christmas.
Wow.
34th place, actually. We already lost Lukas Benkovic Lukasino, the legendary old-school online Slovakian player who had such a big score in the Scoop, winning it, the Scoop 1K main event, I think, in 2014. Jürgen Paulic, Christopher Gotil, and Tigran Piluyan, the Armenian player that made the huge call-off with the King 3 versus the table chip leader David Kozma earlier on a board of Ace 7 Deuce King X, managing to call down with the King 3 was correct and brave in that hand, but unfortunately has exited the tournament in 38th. So 33 remaining, and the pay jump has been acquired for these guys, I believe. Nope, sorry, it's at 31st to 2750. Minzariu with the A6 suited, not shying away from the open. Bojovic will certainly get out the way, and we've got the other smiley Slovenian here, Rudolf, taking some TV time with his 7-5 suited. Not sure what that's all about. Maybe just burning down the clock a little bit, trying to make that pay jump. Paul gets it through to the blinds here as Gadzeunas is lurking with ace queen offsuit here, playing 30 big blinds. He's just going to call versus +1. Not going for the 3-bet call here with the ace queen, potentially opening the door for the big blind to come along as well. Jedrzejczyk, 8-7 offsuit. Does he have any motivation to come in for the ride here with the 8-7? Getting a pretty good price closing the action. Offsuit connector. Has everyone covered, so at no risk of busting, I think. Maybe actually Gadzeunas covers him by 5k according to our graphics, but we are off to a flop. And a great flop for Gadzeunas, flopping top pair with the backdoor nut flush draw. Jedrzejczyk flops middle pair, and Paul also with a piece. Bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw. Certainly not the worst of hands to go for a small c-bet here. Multi-way does go for a quarter pot. With the backdoor equity, with that 6 blocker, blocking some of the sets shared by both opponents, blocking some 2 pairs from the big blind, Queen 6, 8-6. Gadzeunas continuing to play this one slow. An ace on the turn could be disastrous for Minzariu. Facing this action, even though it's just a quarter and a call, it's 8-7, not looking too hot. And Polish player does get out the way. King of spades on the turn. Not ideal for Paul Minzariu here. Maybe looking to just check this one back and realize that equity, hope to improve to a 6 or an ace on the river. His opponent will connect with this turn spade a decent amount of the time. But look at this. Going for the second barrel here with no spade in hand. looking to apply some pressure to hands like ace-8. Maybe a pocket 9s or 10s that flattered the small, that didn't want to get it in versus +1. But Gudzunas will not be going anywhere with his ace-queen, having that nut flush draw. Quarter on the flop from Paul, 3 ways. Now a third, heads up. No option really but to call for Gudzunas. And that is exactly what we see. So stack to pot ratio of around about 0.6 here on the river. And it's the Jack of Hearts. Will we see the triple off from Minzariu here? Going for a heroic 3-street play with the ace-6. Mulling over his decision, not making any hasty checkbacks. Trying to consider what range of hands his opponent would arrive at the river with. Definitely some hands like Jack 10 in there. Queen 10, Queen 9 suited. He does shove, wow! Look at this. Minzariu finds the heroic river jam. And does Matas Gudzunas here have the minerals to call off over a half his stack with second pair now and the nut flush blocker? In terms of hands to call, this was going to be right up there. He blocks queens, he blocks king queen, he even blocks ace 10 and the nut flush. Is Minzariu going to be able to get this one through? My intuition says not. Gudzunas, though, not exactly looking comfortable in this situation here, being put to the test. Bets 3 ways on the flop. Follows it up with a small bet on the turn and rifles it in on the river. Representing a value range of pocket 8s, pocket kings, ace 10, 10 9. King Queen, potentially King Jack with the Jack of Spades. And when you're looking at this board, you're thinking, where are the bluffs coming from here? Flush completing turn. Of course, Paul, as I didn't mention, the flushes that are possible in his range too, which are somewhat few and far between, as Gudzunas holds the ace of spades. Look at him, he looks absolutely dialed in, not giving anything away, just staring at the board. And Gudzunas in all sorts of pain here, looking at his combo, thinking, what the hell has this guy got here? Looks very close to folding now. This is the pivotal moment in live poker where your opponent, you can tell at the corner of your eye that they're literally gasping to put the cards into the muck. They're looking at you for one more glimmer of hope. Do you show any chink in the armor? The important thing in these situations, just to stay strong. Whatever your table presence was, you just stick to it. If you're staring at the board, you keep staring at that board. If you're laughing, joking around, eating a sandwich, you keep eating that bloody sandwich. Seems so close to a fold, doesn't he? I'm on the edge of my seat here. One of the biggest power plays we've seen as Paul Minzariu, the Romanian Italian, flying the flag of Romania on the feature table, gets it through with an absolutely powerful display of post-flop aggression there. Wow, wow, we were. Matas in seat 1 will be ruining that one when he sees that back later on. What a hand. John Baggio says players. There are the players. All of the names, the countries, the chip counts on your screen.
You can see.
Little rub down there from Paul saying, when asked what he had, you will see it.
I think he blocked it, but I'm not sure.
That's what his body says.
Yes.
I try to think what he has.
I don't know what you have.
Ace queen.
Ace queen, yeah.
With ace of spades.
I think I will not be capable of fold it after I saw what's happening.
Jedrzejczyk here. Small blind versus cutoff with these fives. Facing a bit of a size up from the Romanian there. Makes it 2.5x to go. Was just honing in on some of the table chat. As Rudolf from Slovenia was saying, he didn't think he could fold that hand. Just mucks the fives, not interested. Sitovanch with the king 8. Does seem like somewhat of a defender here, but lets it go.
More value than bottom.
How much effective you have? 15 big blinds before 670.
Still 38 on the ticker, but I believe we are down to less than 34 right now. Shishkov on my system that I'm seeing was on the feature table and busted in 34th quite some time ago.
Yeah, because we wait for new players kind of get information.
Since when are you playing here?
A long time, but not many hands.
How many levels?
And now,
No, I just came.
now is
From 27.
So it's the second level.
No, but I think the table was before, right?
one level more and we finish this table, I think, then I go to the next one.
It's like this. I did took all your table and
Ida from Austria,
I think
online
two
player,
levels every table I found.
joins us with about 33 remaining here in the festival main event. €550 buy-in. Top prize of 77,000 euros, guys. That's what we'll be playing for tomorrow. Today's business for these guys is to get down to the last two tables, 16. And Minzario gets a walk with the ace-10. Bit of a bad beat, but we'd be happy to get the ace-6 triple barrel bluff through, that's for sure.
2-7 for position 7. Tell them. Lucky sevens, let's go.
The player that busted in 33rd was Patrick Buter from Denmark. As our ticker tells us that we are down to 32. Of course, we are on a 30-minute delay, so I'm not going to give any spoilers as to any other eliminations, but there have been more eliminations in the past 30 minutes or so, of course. Balan, the Romanian, is he going to stick to his 75k opening size, or is he going to change it up a little bit? Now he's going for 60, the min raise. Good, Jonas out the way. Jedrzejczycka also folding. One would hope. Raise and a take.
Bob is also Africa as a check raise, isn't it?
Sitavanch back in the mix with these nines. Godziunas having opened to 60k. Are we going to see the jam here from the man hailing from the Czech Republic? I would think so. I think nines is the one that we want to go for the non-all-in 3-bet with. Want to be a little bit more polar, I think. So 500k, 17 big blinds, does jam it in. Accepting his fate. If he runs into it, then c'est la vie. That's the way it goes. That's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. Godziunas now running into a little bit of unfortunate variance here. A couple of pots going against him, and all of a sudden he's going to be sat on 20 bigs when just about 3 or 4 orbits ago he was sat sort of 40, 45 bigs. That's the way it goes in tournaments. You just got to lock back in, focus up, and get back on the horse. Rather than lamenting over what once was, focus in on the new stack depth. All of those small intricacies that differ between the 20 and the 40 big blind play now coming into effect, and very much the onus of his focus. Inzario opening the cutoff with ace-9.
I can go smoke.
First.
Minzario, having opened the ace-9, is going to follow it up with the c-bet here. Ida potentially missing a rejam pre, the jack-10 for 22 bigs. Quite a nice one, does get some dominating hands to fold, hands like king-jack off, queen-jack suited, maybe even ace-10, player dependent. So, check call from Haida. Queen on the turn, an overcard, which will favor Paul's range in some senses, but we do have a lot of better bluffs in this situation. Just having a heart, having some kind of front door or even backdoor equity here. And I have a lot of gut shots to fire as well. Goes for a small size of a third pot. Still saying I'm going to be value betting hands like ace-jack and king-jack for this sizing. But not painting a picture of the sort of top end of the range that may be looking to go a bit bigger. I guess the issue is always versus the big blind on these monotone textures that you're going to see a few more flushes in the big blind range. So wanting to be a little bit cautious, and the jack-10 finds a way out. Minzario here, up to $1 million in chips. Flying the flag of Romania and showing everybody at home how it's done. A clinic so far from Paul. Rifling around post-flop and not receiving much resistance.
Корей 60, 60, шестерка пас, шестка пас.
Sitavanch now opening it up to 60k. Rudolph on the button with the pocket fours. 8 big blinds. Does he decide to spring into action here? Not an awful lot of fold equity, which is now the issue with these fours. If we had 15 big blinds, maybe a bit more attractive, but you have to consider that all of these kind of suited Broadway type holdings are now going to probably raise call us for the 8 bigs, especially getting the price with the 2.5 blinds out there and the ante. 2.5 big blinds in there, so if he shoves for what is 250 here, his opponent gets a price of 190 into 425. So needing less than 30% equity, which would be almost a range call in that stage from what would be a fairly solid +2 range. So I think it's a good fold. Balan in the big blind with the 7-6 suited, certainly playable and will be continuing, you feel. Does flick it in. And we're off to a flop. Which is 5-5-3. Gut shot and 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw. For Balan goes check check. Deuce on the turn. Similar board that we saw with Sitavanch versus Matas a little earlier on. Sitavanch went for the double barrel there and the small turn size, sorry, small river size into the river 2 pair. But Balan not employing any aggression here, just kind of trying to take his 7 high to showdown. I think we could have found a turn bet, and if we didn't find a turn bet, are we going to try and find a bet on the river now? Maybe represent any kind of 2 pair holding that is for sure strong enough to value bet at this point, facing the double check back of our opponent. He goes for 55 into 165, so third pot now. And this bet definitely designed to lean on some of these types of holdings, the jack highs, the queen highs. Maybe you get a fold out of a king 10. But getting this price ace high will always call. Sitavanch here, considering his options. With the queen high, not snap folding. Which is why maybe it's in Balan's interest to start firing on the turn. Make the story a little bit more believable. For the 5x, for the straights. For the hands like ace-3 that would definitely bet the turn. Does end up folding queen high, but as you can see, was in 2 minds about it. And Balan ends up finding a little bit of post-flop aggression there, which gets the job done.
Looks like we had a meeting there.
Bodjevic in the hijack, opening it up with the ace-7 of clubs, of course. Did come to the feature table with about 700 or 800, so has slipped down the ranks ever so slightly, but no reason to panic too much. As Hyder in on the button has the 7-6. He folds, and Balan. Ace-7, is he going to come along for the ride here, peeling potentially from the small blind? Looks semi-interested. Does fold, and that leaves the door open for Gerdzunas to consider calling, but 8-5 off at this stage of the tournament, where we are at 4 tables left. Do start to thin out some of these offsuit combinations from what would be a conventional chip EV defend.
Yes, but then your vein will be more visible, bro. Just use it. And drink hot coffee. That's all I cappuccino. Well, you're Italian. Cappuccino after 12, it's a
Normal thing.
no, it's not normal thing. It's a prison.
Italian thing.
Prison.
last year in Prague at minus 11 degrees outside. I was without hoodie, only with t-shirt.
Wim Hof method.
Something like that.
Sitavanch, who's been battling, he's been in the mix. Minzariu, one of the biggest battlers we've seen on the feature table. Firing through a couple of post-flop bluffs and not seeing the resistance that would have sent him out of the tournament. One of the highlight reel hands, the ace-6 of hearts, firing it through. Versus Matas in seat 1, who could not find the call. Gudzunas is going to open it up blind versus blind, and he does take it down. A couple of chips heading back in the direction of the English-Lithuanian. Minzariu back in the mix, utilizing his stack advantage. Seeing lots of short stacks here. Rudolph with 250k has been patient, but will need to find something very shortly with just over 8 big blinds. Gets it through to the blinds. Ooh, Jedrzejczyk finding the king-queen suited, but versus under the gun. Likely to just see a call here. Quite a few big blinds to commit 25 versus under the gun, even versus the table chip leader. Would be a big shove. Does peel, and that allows Sitavanch to potentially come along for the ride with the 9-8 off. Does find the fold. I think pretty reasonable at this stage of the tournament, not looking to get into these dodgy three-way scenarios out of position. And look at this. King high board, hitting both players. Big here. Minzariu eyeing up his opponent, thinking he's flopped gin. Only losing to king, queen, and pocket sixes, really. So many other hands to seek some value from. 7s, 8s, 9s, even 10s. Likely to call in this spot, not looking to get it in versus under the gun for 25 bigs. With 30 left here. Recent eliminations were Julius Strohlein, unfortunately for some of the German fans in the chat earlier on. He has hit the rail, and Antonino Kaman went out in 30 seconds. So pay jump currently is at 2,750 euros with 30 players left here. The next one will be at 23 to 3.3k. Paul goes for the smallish sizing on this flop and does get check raised by the Pole. He's not loving life. He's played enough hands to know that this is pretty much bad news. Wow, what a fold! Very disrespectful fold there. Feels like the bluffs are tough to find. If he is up against the nut flush draw, they're going to have a whole chunk of equity, and versus sixes and king queen, he's almost dead. What a play there from Minzariu, losing the absolute minimum. Not many players on the table would have been able to find the fold there. Bet folding king jack on king six deuce under the gun versus small blind. The guy is absolutely dialed in right now.
Why? He needs 7-7. He needs 7-7. Big blind, please. Well, now you can give me 5-5.
Two you don't take.
No, 2-2 I don't take.
You lie on camera, bro.
2-2 I fold.
Neviem, že to bolo 6 fold. 5 nehráme, ok. Dobre, 6 fold, 7 raise all in.
Time for Rudolph to go, he feels, with the king 10 in the +1. Will be going around the blinds very shortly. And his 8.3 big blinds go into the mix as Jedrzejczyk gives him kind of a bit of a rub down smile, as if to say, "Ah, found a hand to jam, have you? Go on then." Wow, very bad news as Minzariu, who just bet folded top pair on king six deuce somehow, finds the aces in the big blind to knock out the Slovenian potentially. 14% equity for Rudolph here, and does have a gut shot, so maintains that equity. Needs a queen and a queen only, but it's the 9 of hearts, and Minzariu's top set holds up majestically on that run out, and it is showers for the Slovenian Mijita Rudolph, 6th on the all-time Slovenian money list. Will be adding a relatively decent score to his portfolio. Hits the door in 30th place for 2,750 euro.
Fold. Raise 65,000. 65,000. Jednotka fold.
Balan opening it up with the ace 10. Not going to find any resistance so far. Jedrzejczyk just 8-3.
Dvojka fold. Trojka fold.
How much are you playing?
But look at this. Paul Minzariu waking up with the goods once again. Ace king lurking in the small blind. Going to be coming in for a 3-bet. 250 looks to be the choice. The besto vediciat. 250, and Bodjevic also with ace king. The Slovenian, not seen an awful lot from him on the feature table, but he's going to be all in here. And now Balan gets away with one. Can't continue in this hand with the ace 10, facing so much action, and barring a miracle, we're going to see a chop pot here. Both players will be Relatively happy to see that. I mean, Paul knows that this range coming in cold from the big blind is going to be pretty darn strong. Probably something like 10s plus ace queen suited maybe, but 10s plus ace king for the most part. Due to the lack of fold equity there. Ooh, there are still chips behind. Does come king high, and Bojovic has the backdoor diamonds. And look at this. Bojovic saying so much drama for nothing. Wanting to find the diamond. Is there going to be another one? No. Minzariu narrowly avoids disaster there. After the queen of diamonds. Absolutely razor quick dealing as well. Before we knew it, Turn and River were on their backs. Even have the chance to get into any commentary. It was just cards worth flying. So 27 left on the ticker, which means that we've lost Jason Shellham, the Englishman who was on the feature table, had a deep run in the Hender Mob Championship as well. On Thursday, came 5th in that one. That was a long night. The feature table went on until around about 6 o'clock local time. And Max Gruber Loja, the Dane, got 29th. So 27 left. Current payout still at 27.50 with the pay jump to 3.3k at 23, but there's going to be a redraw, I believe, for the final 3 tables, which is going to be shortly, as Martin Kanika, also the Swede who we saw across many of the PLO tables on the Cash Game Challenge, well known for his PLO cash game abilities, did hit the rail in 27th. I can let you know. Yeah, looking at his resume, mostly Element Holder main events, and of course some side events, mixed game tournaments. Did manage to get him in cash in the 2023 WSOP main event, which is his biggest cash, and on his resume for the Swede, mostly known for the cash games, as I say. Bernard Heider here. Big blind versus small blind is going to ISO in position with the ace queen. And Bojovic out the way with the queen deuce there, not looking to get involved, hoping to take a cheap one.
You are folding. You should.
Not that easy.
It should finish pretty close. Yeah, but I'm not holding. I don't get it. There's one combo you can have. I don't get it. Go show me. I think it's mixed.
Gadzunas opening it up. We are now at the 20k, 40k level. So we're going to play one more level before a 15-minute break. So around about 45 more minutes of play here. But we will have also a restructuring, I believe, with 3 tables left. 24 left. Should see a short break as well as we do the redraw. Sitovanch going for a big shove here with the ace-9. Hijack versus under the gun. And that should get the job done. Fearless play here from the Czech man. Gadzunas taking a bit of time, but unlikely to be committing the rest of his stack with just ace-4 here. Very dominated by this 3-bet jamming range. Probably not expecting to see ace-9 off, but definitely the likes of the ace-queens, the ace-jacks, the ace-10 suiteds, the ace-kings of the world. Jedrzejczyk does not fancy an open here with the 9-8 suited. Thanks to all of you joining on Twitch, seeing the numbers tick up there. Hope that you are enjoying the show, as we are for all of you that are new to the stream. Playing down to 16 here on day 2 of the festival main event. €550 buy-in, a 500k prize pool, and 77,000 euros up top to be played for tomorrow. As of now, looking for another 10 eliminations for these guys to bag and tag and make their way to the final 2 tables tomorrow. Bojovic opening the cutoff. Haider on the button. Somewhat interested, but unlikely to play. Does fold the Jack 10. Balan in small, 6-5 suited. A little bit too shallow for him to consider coming along. And Gerdziunas does have about 12 bigs here. Seems like a natural defend with the King 9.
You started like 4, right?
Does call. And it is an ace-high board. Not what the Englishman wanted to see here. Quick c-bet from Bojovic, not taking any time, not wasting anyone's time. We know he's going to c-bet this board a hell of a lot. And he does fire 50 into 220. Gerdziunas with the King 9 shouldn't really have too many designs on defending, but there are some strategical elements for the short stack here, as we are playing 6-handed right now. 7-handed, sorry. If he is able to tank it in a little bit and just wait for that reshuffling of the tables, he will play slightly less hands per orbit, which would mean that he gets more opportunities from 23 onwards to find a hand to jam. So down to 25 on the ticker, which means that the Finn, Kevin Victor Karenius, I can tell you, was eliminated on one of the outer tables. Over to Haider here in the cutoff. King 9 suited. 15 big blinds. Raise folding the conventional route, although you do see ideas of shoving from time to time. Does shove. The idea being that we don't want hands like ace-9 to jam on us that would probably fold in the button and small blind spots at the very least. With Jack 6 suited in the big blind, Jedrzejczyk unlikely to match the all-in, of course. Does find the fold, and Haider will breathe an internal sigh of relief there, getting that one through. Happy just to pick up the blinds. Minzaru going to continue going about his business.
Čvorka raise 80, dajte.
Not so quietly. He's been
Čvorka raise 80.
right in the thick of it.
6 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold.
Good Yunus here does have quite a nice opportunity with the King Jack suited, facing the table chip leader, to consider the jam here. Definitely going to have some fold equity.
Jednotka raise all in.
And he does shove. Is Minzaru going to find the raise call with these types of holdings? These are the types of hands that he likes to try and get to fold. The ace 3, the ace deuce, the ace 4, ace 5, ace 6, maybe ace 7 suited. Potentially not looking to raise call the 10 big blinds.
Dvojka fold.
Jetrashishka gets out the way with those 5s, and it will go over back to Minzaru, and I don't think he's going to find the call here. Does fold the ace, and his opponent manages to at least grab a few chips back after folding versus the triple barrel earlier. Just calling with the ace queen from the small blind versus Paul's under the gun open, and finds a way out on queen 8-6 king jack, 3 spades with ace of spades queen. Paul was rifling it off with the ace 6 of hearts and got the time bank river fold, which was certainly the pinnacle turning point of Minzaru's tournament so far, and since then he hasn't really looked back. We are down to 24, so I can tell you that the player busting in 25th was Andras Halassi, the Hungarian. Bojovic here, not sure why he's fiddling around with his chips. I think he's just wasting time because he knows that they're going to restructure the tables and he doesn't want to pay the big blind potentially. Haida has similar interests. Balan with the ace 4 gets out the way, over to Gadzunas. And Jetrashishka with the queen 10, likely to open it up on the button here. 2 Broadway holdings. King 3 for Sitavanch, following a pretty tight fold there from the hole on the button, just not looking to tangle, and neither does Sitavanch here, so some fear factor for Minzaru there, getting 2 hands that could definitely have considered V-pipping out of the way. All of these players wary of making the final 24 potentially, but it looks like we're not going to have a full restructure. We're just going to continue playing on. So 24 left, playing down to 16 tonight, guys, on day 2 of the festival main event. 77,000 euros going to the winner. New player to the table is Dahlberg from Norway,
Canyon fold.
sporting an Irish Open hoodie. Ida, 9-3 offsuit, gets out of the way. Balan likely to follow suit as well, of course. Goes Jonas, no hand. Pedrushitska. With his king 5 off. Gets out the way, so it's over to the Czech player on the button now. Titavanch with the king 8. Is he going to risk an open here with the king blocker? Let's just fold, so it's getting a little bit cagey. Quinzario, queen 7. Limping an option, folding not really an option. May look to go for a raise first in from time to time as well. It's going to limp. And Bojovic with the same hand. So likely to go check, check.
Just check.
Ace high board with the 7 of diamonds. Minzaru may be thinking of betting here. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Let's go for the stab. Getting a hand like king deuce, king 3, king 5, king 6, king 7. No diamond to fold. Seems like a pretty decent result. And Bojovic in a spot of bother here with the same hand. No diamond. Does fold. As you can see, he felt like I'm probably supposed to defend here, but you know what? I'm just going to fold, and this is why these small little tidbits of aggression work really well deep into tournaments. Paul, a very experienced online player, starting to ply his trade across the European scene in live. Has a Hendon Mob resume of 59,000 euros, is 304th on the Romanian all-time list. Got 6th recently in the EPT Cyprus Eureka Cup for 23.5k. Also a 6th in the Skill Poker Masters main event in Samorin in Slovakia. Couple of other semi-deep runs as well. But definitely starting to come into his own in 2024. We've seen some bigger scores. Titavanch here with the 5s, not taking any chances, jamming for about 14 big blinds from the cutoff. Bojovic in the small, ace-9 suited. Definitely arguments for getting it in here. Your opponent should be having hands like some king-9 suited, some king-queens, some ace-8s, some ace-7s, most of the suited ace-x potentially. Also some of these pairs as well lurking in there, but lots of suited broadways, lots of pairs, lots of inferior ace-x. It is off of this stack depth. Definitely likely that his opponent will have a min-raising range as well of all of those top hands. You know, the 10s plus, the ace-king suiteds, the ace-queen suiteds, maybe an ace-king off. So all of a sudden our ace-9 is looking pretty decent versus this cut-off shoving range here for 14. Will he find the call? Does make the fold. Maybe in his mind thinking I would have gone with ace-10, but ace-9, I'll just let him have it.
fold. Jedna fold. Dva fold. Trojka fold, štvorka fold. Šestka fold.
Dahlberg, blind versus blind, queen 4 suited, just folding. Wow, lots of respect shown here all of a sudden as we're getting towards the final 3 tables, and the ranges seem to have tightened up. As you can see, some of the body language across the table. Seat 2, seat 3, just kind of arms folded, sat around waiting. Lots of tired looking faces around the table. It is, of course, understandable. They've been playing since midday local time. It is now, of course, midnight.
Jednotka fold.
Jedrzejczyk thought he was reaching for chips with the queen 8 off, which would have been slightly out of character based on what we've seen so far. Sitovanch likely to follow suit here over to Minzariu here with ace 4 in the hijack, eyeing up the lineup behind. Certainly a fringy open, but holding an ace versus a load of short stacks is a nice situation to be in. So could be seeing a venture into the pot here, but does just let it go, maybe deciding ace 5 off he'd go with. And on this occasion, the timing is impeccable as Bojovic now picks up the ace-jack suited in the cutoff and is going to make it 80k to go. It's a quick fold from the Norwegian. Ida likely to follow suit, so it's over to the Romanian in the big blind. What have we got for Balan? 7-3, so a raise and a take likely for Bojovic. All of these small additions to the stack, picking up 100k here, 100k there, very much appreciated. Jedrzejczyk gets out the way, and Sitovanch likely to follow suit.
Trojka fold, štvorka fold.
Back over to Bozovic.
Šestka fold. Sedem fold.
Ida, with the jack 6 suited on the button, is going to make a play at it. Goes for the late position steal. Spins it up for a min raise.
9 fold.
We'll be happy to get it through the small blind at the very least. But Gudzunas will certainly be putting up a spirited fight here with those kings in the big blind. How will he continue here? Does he go for the trap call?
Jednotka raise,
Jam.
all in.
Does just shove. And bad news for Haida. Looking to just get through 2 players there. Pick up a little steal. Quick fold, of course, with the jack 6.
Shorka fold. Shorka fold.
Over to Bodjevic again, getting out the way. Halvor Dahlberg. The Norwegian with a rather modest tender mob resume, 1,200th on the Norway all-time money list with 13k in live earnings. Did win a small event at the Norwegian Championships in 2016, but certainly based on the Hendon mob, seems to be a recreational player. And we will have a dealer change for this last stretch of the 20k, 40k big blind level, with Minzariu, the current table chip leader, with 31 big blinds. And as you can see, things are getting awfully bunched here with 24 left. The average stack is around about 1.2 million in chips. So in terms of the actual distribution of the entire tournament, we do have one of the shorter stack tables. But that should lead itself to a lot of fireworks here.
Shorka pass. Shorka pass.
Can I get a beer?
Sedmička pass. Osmička pass. Deveta pass. Sedmička pass.
Jedrzejczyk, blind versus blind with the 7 deuce, likely to award the opponent a walk here. Not letting him get it easily. As Sitavanch will be quite happy to take the blind, the ante and the small blind, and move on to the next hand.
Maybe in cash game, you know. When you play the 7 deuce game, but I don't know. Do we play the 7 deuce games? I can make the decision from.
Shorka pass. Sedmička pass.
Continuing late on into the night here as these players have been playing, as I mentioned once again, for the best part of 13 hours. Of course, they have had some breaks in between, a long dinner break earlier on, but going through all of the motions here, coming back for day 2 where you had 400 players start this day 2. Then they would have, of course, approached the money after the 2 levels of late registration. The money was reached with 125 players remaining. And that was around about 6 hours ago. And since then, we have lost another 101 players and now are faced with 3 tables remaining in the festival main event with 77,000 euro up top. Played for tomorrow, of course. For today, for these players, it's all about accumulating a stack, moving towards that day 3, that final day of the headline event here at the festival. Sitavanch, queens in the small blind, facing the open of Jedrzejczyk. Will be looking to take it upstairs. Does he go for the 3-bet non-all-in? Does he go for the shove? The jury's out. I think the better play here is to go to something around 250k. Sort of just under 3x, allow your opponent the chance to potentially find a 4-bet jam or continue with the dominated holding.
Work pass.
Manzario snap folding the ace-10 there, not interested at all in calling it off for what would purport to be 17.5 bigs. And of course, Jedrzejczyk can no longer enter the pot.
Sedmička pas. Osmička race. 80.
Hyder here opening it up with those pocket 10s. Is he going to face any resistance from the players behind? Jedrzejczyk gets out the way. Manzario looks interested. Oh no, it's not on him yet. Sitavanch still left to act.
Trojka pas. Trojka pas.
Does eventually find the fold with the ace-7, and look at this, Bojovic. Ace-king suited in the big blind. We haven't seen an elimination for what feels like quite some time, about half a level or so. Over 20 minutes, a couple of orbits, and Bojovic with the ace-king posturing somewhat. Going to put the money in. Hyder now not going to be going anywhere with these 10s, and we are going to see a massive collision at this stage of the tournament. 3 tables left, and it's a big flip between Bernhard Hyder of Austria and Bojovic from Slovenia. Just a question of when, not if. Hyder taking his time as there is a pay jump from 24 to 23, which would be for 550 euros, so an entire buy-in. Definitely a significant one that he is looking to make, certainly in his interests, to wind down the clock a little bit. It is possible just to call this 400k and get the rest in on the flop after a bit more tanking, regardless of whatever is on the board.
Osmička all in.
Does shove. Not sure why Bojovic is asking for a count. The chips should be in and the cards on their backs. Bit of posturing from the Slovenian, but you have to empathize that it's a huge spot for him. Doesn't want to make any mistakes, just wants to go over his decision. Ooh, Queen, Jack 7, so a gut shot for Bojovic. Deuce on the turn, needs an ace, a king, or a 10 to win. Oh, it's a king. Brutal for Bernard Heider there. Coming 24th here at the festival main event, goes home with 2,750 euros. Now all players remaining have locked up the next pay jump to 3.3k.
No, you can't bully me anymore.
Tables done. I never bullied you, come on.
You blocked me in the ace jack 4, but I had nothing to stop. I had the queen high, I was better, but no diamond. I have to see the 3. I just fold. I'm not with the queen of diamond.
Ooh, Citibank here with the Rockets. American Airlines pocket aces in the cutoff. Hoping for some action from the button small blind or big blind. Makes it 100 to go. A little bit of a size up from the usual min raise that we've seen at this table. Minzariu with the Jack 9 suited. Just gets out the way. And look at this for Bojovic. Those newly acquired chips may be heading in the direction of the Czech Republic.
Raise 1 million.
Raise 1 million. Got the glasses up, feeling himself now. Maybe some of that chipper kind of swagger might be eroded rather quickly when he sees the bad news here.
All in.
I have more, I put more, right?
Yes, it was a million.
Runs the ace-king suited into the aces. Bojovic, mannerisms changing a little bit at the table since he just got the last double up there. Ace-king now versus aces. Can he find a miracle run out? And there is the gut shot, needs the jack. Oh, the spade. Ooh, it's sick. No, the queen on the river secures the double up for Citibank, but it's never easy. 23 left in a huge field main event. Just sat there thinking, please God, no, not today. Why does it have to be so difficult? His opponent flubs a gut shot, turns a flush draw, all sorts of outs arriving on the river, but not the queen of clubs.
Now we know.
865.
We're so close. Oh my god.
Danger, danger.
Back to. But I started the day with this
Gadzeunas under the gun here with the ace jack. Definitely going to be opening it up here. No reason to shove. Doesn't want to shove and then see that he could have got away if it had gone 3-bet, 4-bet behind, for example. So certainly the preferred play in these situations to just go for the min raise, see what develops. Bojovic, back-to-back hands. Oh, back-to-back-to-back.
5-6.
With the king-queen of clubs now. And I think Gadzeunas looking at him as if to say, you tilted over there, buddy. What's going on?
It's the dealer, man.
Gadzeunas, the ace-jack offsuit, does have 55% equity here. Seven-handed feature table though, under the gun versus button. Is he going to go with it? Wow, he finds the call. Here we go. And Bojovic will be happy to see the ace-jack at least. Fair fight for both players, Slovenia versus England. Ooh, and another flush draw for Bojovic. He couldn't hit the last one. Did only get one pull at it, this time two. Queen on the turn, bad news for Gadzeunas. Needs the offsuit ace now, 3 outs. 2 outs, sorry. And it is the 3 of hearts. Unfortunate blow for the English-Lithuanian there as Bojovic
Okay, gentlemen, so finish the hand your own, take a 15-minute break.
secures the double up before the break. And these are the chip counts that we will be resuming with after the break. So we're going to take a quick one and be back for the final 23 of the festival main event.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in the defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, it's so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like.
Welcome back for continued coverage of day 2 of the festival main event here. As you see, we have a new feature table. Bartak from Slovakia, Politowski from Poland, Zoen from Poland as well, Schmela from Slovakia, Smits, Gerety, Bozinowski, and Kotowicz, the chip leader in seat 2. Sebastian Kotowicz, well known on the local scene, has been plying his trade across Slovakia for quite some time now, playing in lots of events here.
Okay, again.
Has 300k in cashes on the Hendon Mob, dating back to 2016, but almost all of them in recent times have been in Slovakia. Had some big scores. Won an event at the Tana del Tigre in the Banco Casino for 12,000 euros just last month. And a number of other sort of 1 to 10k scores at the Banco Casino, of course.
Okay, dealers, you can prepare the decks, please.
Ako sme na tom? Sme ready? Good.
Sunglasses for here. Need sunglasses for here.
You ready?
His biggest score was winning the 250 euro Slovak Series of Poker in 2022 for 55k, as well as a 550 Hyper Turbo event at the European Poker Tour for 30k in that same year.
They're going to be all here, so you can see them. Don't worry. Phones, please. Yes.
Idź mi na to podać. Jeszcze tu masz jeden.
One more. Perfect.
Three Stone Poker, sorry for missing your YouTube comment. Any big names to search up on the Hendon mob? Yeah, a couple of big players. You've got David Kozma from Hungary, who is, I think, 6th on the all-time money list for Hungary. Matus Gabstil, very well-known live and traveling tournament player. So from Slovakia.
I wish you all the best of luck. The next level is level 26 with a small blind of 25,000, big blind 50,000.
Sebastian Kostowicz, as I just mentioned, and Simon Bozinowski, the Macedonian old school legend. He, I'm sure, will have a big Hendon Mob resume. Let's have a look. Might have got the wrong guy, actually. This guy's got a much more modest resume, but I'll get back to you with other names as well. Thank you, Nightbot. There are the payouts. 23 remaining and 77,000 euro up top. Politowski opening it up here. Bartak gets out the way.
Pay attention, we got a new
Jamie
chip
Garrity.
to play. It's a white chip. The value is 100k.
In the mix, as Kotowicz is going to peel that open with these pocket eights in the hijack. Wouldn't exactly be thrilled to see action behind, but Zoen with the pocket fours. Polish player, 18 big blinds. And Bozinowski, that's the Macedonian player there, with a huge stack and 8-3 offsuit. Is he really going to continue with 8-3 off here? 3 ways versus under the gun and hijack? I don't think so. Wow, he does call. Bozinowski got min cash in the main event last year at the festival here in Bratislava. Has checked his option. Politowski now with the other Polish player Kotowicz ganging up on the Macedonian here. Both have much better holdings at this stage. And the ace queen will bet 80k into 375, so less than a quarter. Very small sizing. See what Kotowicz decides on. He's going to raise. Doesn't believe this small sizing here. Looking for some value from his holding. Does bet fold the ace queen there, and Kotowicz is up over 3 million now, picking up a nice pop. Holding round to the button here, Zoen just mucks it. Bozanowski, King Jack offsuit. Showing some interest at the big blind. Is he going to raise or go all in? Doesn't look like limping chips, does it? Politowski with a decision here, ace-8, offsuit, deciding not to jam versus this quite small 2.4x blind versus blind, just taking a flop in position, wanting to have some ace-x in his range for exactly this reason right here. It allows himself some coverage on these ace-high boards that will get c-bet very aggressively by their opponent. 290k in there. Bozanowski looks to be reaching for a size of less than a third. Goes for about a third. Does have a gut shot to the nuts and a backdoor flush draw. Politowski with top pair. Eyeballing his opponent. We for sure know that he will not be going anywhere. No need to raise, of course, as well. Just happy to call in position. Keep some super low equity hands in your opponent's range. And as the ticker tells us, we are down to 22, and it was Matas Gadzionas that was eliminated in 23rd. The English-Lithuanian who was down to just 2 big blinds, but did make the pay jump. The final 22 players here remaining have locked up 3,300 euros, so not a bad payday for the 500 euro buy-in. Bozanowski, though, going for a slightly larger bet in relation to the size of the pot, and Politowski still holding ace 8. Top pair with the gut shot now. Certainly not going to be overly comfortable about the arrival of that 6 of clubs, but definitely never folding. Reevaluating our option on the turn, on the river, sorry, and it is the 7 of spades, which is a pretty decent card. All of the draws miss, the queen jacks, the jack nines, the king jacks, the king queens. Does Bozanikowski here go for the river jam with his missed combo draw on the turn? Interesting body language. Kind of slumped somewhat into his chair. Is he going to find the all-in here, or does he go for a non-all-in sizing? Does give up. Politowski now with the ace-8. He's going to know that he's got the best hand here. Pretty much always, I think, versus this line. Maybe ace-jack, no club. Occasionally checking the river here. Hands that he can get called by. Maybe kings, queens, jacks with a club, potentially. Would his opponent better hand like king 10 with the king of clubs on the turn? And the ace-8 gets it done for the Polish man. Nice pot coming his way. Probably quite happy to not see the river all in from the Macedonian as well. Schmeller looks to be putting them all in from +2 with ace-6 of hearts. That's a big shove from early position here. Bartak will not be calling though. The Slovakian, I believe Jaroslav Bartak. There's a rather modest Hendermob resume of a bunch of small to medium-sized caches across Slovakia and the Czech Republic. So this would definitely eclipse his biggest score to date, as all players are. To remind you, guaranteed 3,300 euros. So 6 buy-ins. Schmeller, fresh off of that. Raise and take, or shove and take I should say, and it's over to Smits, the Dutch player here, with 20 big blinds. Likely to just see an open, I imagine. He shoves as well. What's going on? Everyone's losing their mind a bit. Big shoves going on here. Conventionally, not much reason to jam because there are routes away from the 8s if it goes crazy behind. Jamie Garrity here in the big blind. Certainly won't be calling it off with ace-6, but we'll just take a moment to not rush his decision. Make sure he didn't miss anything. Still on the outer tables, we have David Kozma, the Hungarian, Paul Minzariu, the Romanian, Matus Gabstil, Zandar, Davor Bojovic, Andre Berg, who we saw fight back from the death. Came into the feature table earlier with $1 million, went down all the way to 150k, and then got it back to 950 as he did leave our feature tables. We went on one of the breaks. But it's Sebastian Kotowitz, the current chip leader of the tournament, on our feature table. Politowski, decent start for him on the feature. Ace-8 winning that medium-sized pot, blind versus blind, versus Bozinovski. Bartek out the way. Garrity here in the small with the 4-3.
When it was folding?
I'm not sure, but probably it was 6 of hearts.
Okay, so information for everyone. I will not show it, but...
I didn't want to lose, but 6.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not
For fair play, for...
I'm not 100%.
I will not expose like and lose the card, so... Nič, hovorí, že videl pravdepodobne pri foldovaní alebo pri niečom nejakú kartu. Nie. 1-2 pas.
9-2. Aj. Kiedy chyba? Czerwona szóstka na pewno była. Wszystko było, ale bardziej patrzyłem, bo pokazałeś górę, ja tam patrzyłem na reakcję.
Všetko. Kamarát teda z Ameriky príde. Potom idem hrať stavku na obhajovať víťazstvo. No. Čak obhajovať víťazstvo, tak myslím. Zbajenie má pridaná.
Smith's getting a bit of refreshment after piling in those 8s and getting it through. Bozinovski, Macedonian, likely to open it up here with the ace-2 suited, and does. Is he going to roll in to his newfound rival, Politowski, who does fold the Queen 10, Bartak out the way with the 10-4. Getting quite short though, 8 big blinds for the Slovakian. Some work to do. And Schmeller in the big blind with 845k, so he's got about 17 bigs to his name. Will he continue this raise from the Macedonian?
Fancy.
Yeah.
He will call.
Holland. I thought you said Holland.
Not flopping an awful lot. Advantage Macedonia, you feel, with the overcard and the backdoor flush draw. Strong likelihood to see a c-bet here. Does go for the check though. Turns a deuce. Will Schmeller go for a stab here? He also checks, and Bozinovski isn't going to wait around any longer with his pair. Looking to clear out hands like this. King 7 has 14% equity. Maybe he gets called by some straight draws. So it gets the job done.
Česká rejzolin. 7 pas, 8 pas. 9 pas. Jedna pas, 2 pas. 3 pas. A 4 pas.
Zoen takes it down.
Jak zostanie bez bita, to co? Jak bez bita zostanie?
A little bit of chit chat around the table. A couple of smiles here. Also some tired looking faces as well, as we are of course deep into this day 2. Action resumed at midday yesterday. Current time of 1:30 in Slovakia. So 13.5 hours, including some breaks, but a long grind for these remaining players as they look to find a bag for day 3, where the remaining 16 players will be bagging and tagging and getting some sleep ahead of a big day tomorrow, where we will be playing down to the winner, which will be crowned tomorrow night for what should be around about 77,000 euros, barring any deals. Politowski opens it up with the pocket sixes here from the +1 seat. Bartak out the way, Garrity following suit, and it's over to Kotowitz. In the cutoff, ace-10. Does he have any intentions to mark his presence here with 22 players left in the form of a 3-bet bluff? Just folds. Respect given from his Polish counterpart. And another poll in the big blind, Zoen. Sub 1 million stack, so under 20 bigs. Will also relinquish his 8-5. Raise and take for Politowski.
No właśnie za niskie staki mają.
Wiesz, to musi grać.
No właśnie o to chodzi. Co, lepiej miałeś?
Podobna sytuacja jak wcześniej z meczu.
Aha, okej. To dobry hol, tak?
Osmička pas.
My się rozumiemy, kurwa.
To jest na co by spadł.
9 pas, ja som mal takú session, kde som proste bol na tu na proste 15 000 žalob. 11 pas, takže vieš. 2x100, 100.
Kotowitz with the Queen-8 suited, of course, going to be opening it up, leaning on his big stack advantage right now. Schmeller with these 5s. Good spot to send it in. And that's what he does. Nice to see a fearless jam here. Do get the feeling that people miss these. But look at this for Bozanovsky. 8 in the big blind, and he's interested. Unperturbed by the chip leader open here. Is he going to call? He's going to shove with the 8s. Wow. Would have been a disaster if he'd run into Kotowitz, but takes his chances here, and it's going to be 8s versus 5s. 16 big blinds going in from the cutoff, and the Macedonian, unfazed, finds himself a great situation here. Needs to fade some backdoor diamonds, a 5, or potential backdoor straight, but looking good so far. 86-14, 95-5. Little tap of the table on the way out. Trying to will the 5 in, and side door as the 6 of hearts rolls off. It must have looked close for a second there. As Tomasz Schmela is eliminated in 22nd, we are down to 21. Just going to check if we've got any other pay jumps before the final 16. We do. From 18 to 17, there's going to be a €550 jump to 3.85k. But at the moment, everyone guaranteed a payout of €3,300.
Złodziej z Polski się znalazł.
Chciałem ten tipa dać, kurwa. Za co? Bo dlatego gospodarstwo nie wygrałem.
Wyciągnij wnioski, nie graj ze mną.
Dobrze.
Wygrałeś przed chwilą przez spota ze mną.
Aha, no jednego na 10, kurwa.
Już zapomniałem.
9 pas.
Ace-3 of clubs for Garrity. Likely to pop it up here. Comfortable stack. And is essentially playing the low jack, so makes life a bit easier. Smith's here on the cutoff with the ace-10. Not an easy situation here. Does he go for the 3-bet non-all-in? The jam seems a little bit overzealous at this point in the tournament. Lowen folds, Bozanowski going to get out the way, and that leaves Politowski in the big blind with the Jack-5 suited, not showing any interest. Just lets it go with the 21 players remaining, not looking to tangle.
Goodbye, guys.
Thank you.
Hoe lang loopt dit ding achter? Ja?
Sleeping. Oh, very nice.
I think you will be first with you on the stream.
Bozanowski on the button with the Queen-7, looks interested. Maybe fancies his chances for a little steal, but thinks better of it. Allows some blind versus blind work as the Slovakia, the big blind. Jaroslav Bartak gives him a little nod as if to say, thanks, pal. Gives me a slightly better chance. Yeah, 10-9 for what looks to be about 7 bigs is going to be a jam. Is Bartak going to find a hand here? 9-6 suited, not quite going to cut the mustard, is it? Would be a bit of a wide call at this stage in the tournament. We've still got a somewhat playable stack of 6 bigs behind. Does let it go. Still We're going to have an orbit or so to find something before he gets super crippled having to pay the next round of blinds.
Teraz? Lecisz na łódź?
Ja, echt waar.
Too late. Висоболо. Не було. Висо, право. Не розумію. Висоболо. Асо? Раз асо. Ray.
Ray, yeah.
Even if you're wrong.
So still 5 eliminations to go.
Why did I give him 5,000?
But it's good for the players remaining not to get too complacent, to keep focused on the task at hand here. Still a lot of business to be done over the next hour or even 2. Bozanowski with these 5s from the hijack. Big stack to boot as well. He's going to go for a little smidgen over the conventional min-raise sizing. Goes for 110. Bartak going to get out the way. Certainly in the danger zone at the moment is the Slovakian. Do have 2 other Slovakians left in the field. Zandar and Matusz Gabstil on the outer tables. Garrity out the way with the ace-5 here. And Kotowicz not going to tangle with another big stack there. Out-chipped by the Macedonian, showing some respect. Does wave the white flag with the ace-deuce off. Garrity on the button with the ace-4 off, definitely going to open it up here. Goes for 120. Gets rid of Kotowicz in the small. And Smits in the big blind has Jack-9 suited. Nice holding. He's going to shove. Aggressive take there from the Dutchman.
9. No, a million.
Maybe those Coronas are starting to tickle Mr. Smits. His full name is Adrianus Sebastian Smits. Weighing his opponent down here. Does see the ace folded, and good news. Very aggressive play there. Yep, Smits has 10,000 on his Hendon Mob resume. Not an awful lot of poker activity since the late 2010s, but the biggest score of $2,000 in a tournament in Vegas in 2016, so seems to be just playing recreationally. Politowski, so will be his biggest score in Hendon Mob as well. So a couple of players, Bartek and Smits, making their career biggest scores in terms of tracked Hendon Mob results.
Druga i 110. Czwórka pas.
Zoin and a shove versus Kotowitz is 7-4 suited open and picks a good timing to do so. Steaming that one through with the ace blocker. Fearless play, certainly going to get the heartbeat raising and beating. That wasn't given any kind of sweat or didn't have to go through anything too brutal. Just a quick fold, what he's looking for, and a nice pickup for the pole. Up to 1 million again, 20 big blinds. Very playable stack, of course, at this stage of the tournament. The average stack right now is around the region of about 1.5 million, so just under 30 big blinds. Smits opening it up to 120. A little bit of added meat on the bone into the Bozanowski big blind. Will the Macedonian consider calling here at this stage in the tournament? The likelihood is no, even with that big table chip lead he's got and that domineering stack. Saves it to fight another day. Bartek, time to go here. Under the gun, finds exactly what he was looking for. Ace-10 off. A sight for sore eyes for him in this spot, because he's going to be paying almost half of his stack over the next two hands if he didn't find anything there and then. But look at this, Katowice must have a pretty decent holding here. He's got ace-8 suited, so actually a good spot for Bartek. But no, not any longer, as Smits waking up in the cutoff with ace-king. And this one will be all in very quickly, you imagine. Shouldn't be too worried about the Kotowitz range or the shove under the gun from the 5 big blind stack. Very happy jam here for Schmitz, and that's what he does. Puts the chips in. Are we going to run into any other monsters behind? Well, Queen Jack suited, a nice hand, but can't really face this type of activity. So likely to see that one hit the muck. But Bozanowski did go for a bit of a gamble with the 8s versus the hijack open cutoff jam for 17 bigs.
I go sleeping. Or
Maybe no.
Or 3 club.
Does he feel like a gamble here for 25 big blinds at a pivotal stage of the tournament? Surely not, and does fold. Kotowicz will get out the way as well with his ace-8. Knows that he's going to be pretty dominated by this old rip from Schmitz. Bartak with the ace-10, hoping for a 10 here. The Slovakian is on his feet at a pivotal stage of the tournament. We have 21 players remaining in the festival main event here, deep into the day 2. 3,300 euros, the current payout. Can he find a 10? He cannot, so that will be the end of the road for Jaroslav Bartak, who at least finds his biggest score on the Hendon Mob so far, 3,300 euro, a decent run. And once he gets over the pain of course, busting at this crucial stage of the tournament, we'll surely be happy with a decent payday. You can see the tiredness etched on the faces of the remaining players, just carefully going about their business. Happy days for Schmitz. Manages to get that big elimination and a load of chips going his way, as Kotowicz also put 5 bigs in there. Flying through the Coronas here. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Folding the ace-6, not looking to tangle with some of these bigger stacks, especially Simon Bozinowski there, although he doesn't have anything to contend with as we go over to Politowski, the Pole, with the 10-3 of diamonds. Is he going to give Jamie Geraghty of the UK a walk here? Jamie actually hailing from Scotland, based on his Hendon Mob resume. Got 12th in the UKIPT main event earlier on, and he won the 888 poker main event in Manchester in April. A couple of decent scores this year at the very least. Seems to have been a lot more active on the live scene based on the Hendon Mob. Just came from a couple of half-decent cashes in UKIPT Nottingham and going deep once again here in the festival. Main event, 5-4. And look at this. Bit of a cooler situation. Top pair facing trips here. Does come along for the ride, of course. Looking for a 5. King on the turn, no good. Politowski. Unlikely to be slowing down here on the double flush draw texture. Probably going to be sizing up. Saying I've got a king, I've got a 3. And I've just got a load of bluffs as well. The 7-6, the 7-4, the 6-4. Maybe even the 4 deuce suited. So here comes the second barrel. And as expected, a bit of a size up from the pole. Now 155 into 280. So north of half pot now. Geraghty with that 5. Can't really go anywhere. And does, of course, see one more. And the queen completing the front door flush draw, but I don't think that's going to be a concern for Politowski, especially with a hand as strong as Trips here. He will be highly likely to be following through with a river value bet. His opponent will definitely be calling hands like some king highs that will make top pair on the turn that he can target. There's going to be some queen X of hearts in there to target. The 5X as well, of course. So bet deciding seems to be the way to go here with this 3. What sizing are we going to arrive on here? Reaching for chips. Going for a really small block sizing. Seems a little small. Maybe we do this with a weak king or some kind of rivered queen, but R3 seems a lot stronger than 15% pot. Look at this from Jamie Garrity. He's going to raise it up here. And Politowski, has he induced a bluff? He has. Went for the small sizing, trying to get his opponent maybe to raise a hand like 7-6, 7-4, 6-4, 4 deuce. Not a believer about the flush. I guess the plan there was to try and make his opponent falter, and Garrity walking straight into it. Interesting creative bet there. Thought he'd just be going a little bit bigger, targeting the king X type holdings, the queen X of hearts. But instead, manages to induce a 5 to find a river raise. So 20 left on the ticker. The last emulation was Yaroslav Bartak. Still have some big names left in the field. Zandar, Matus Gabstil, David Kozma, Sebastian Kotowicz, of course, the Polish player plying his trade over in Slovakia and doing very well for himself. Schmitz, it's going to be his turn. He's done really well coming to this feature table. Had less than $1 million at the start and now has pretty much doubled his stack since then. Going to get this one through to Kotowicz in the big blind, you feel? Kotowicz will defend his option with Jack 10, but he is absolutely crushed here by the Jacks. So fortunate for him, he didn't flop a 10 high board, as that could have been troublesome for the Polish player. However, feels like he's going to get away quite cheaply here on this rainbow ace 9-3. Quite an easy c-bet opportunity for the Dutchman, and does take it down. He'll be happy with that, up to 2.1 million. 30k, 60k, 60k, of course. And with 20 players remaining, the question is for these guys, as you can see, etched on some of their faces, how long do we have to suffer here? Hanging on for dear life. You can smell the tiredness around the table, it's so palpable. Politowski here with the ace-9 in the cutoff, likely to find an open. Let's go for the 120 sizing. Schmitz with this queen 10 here. Happy to deny some equity. Shouldn't really see Politowski to turn much improvement on the flush completing deuce. Maybe picking up some flush draws. Exactly what Schmitz was targeting there, but you can see the players scanning the room, looking at the outer tables, praying for some eliminations, clinging on to the tiredness. It is a grueling day 2 grind here, as we have gone down from the 397 players that joined us on day 2, including some of the day 2 buy-ins. We did have the late registration open for 2 levels of today. Folds over to Garrity. Ace deuce offsuit in the cutoff. I think we just want to fold here. It does fold. Especially with these big stacks to contend with. Katowitz on the button, etc. Wanting a little slightly stronger ace-x there. Schmitz has a little look over to Katowitz here, who's leaning on these shorter stacks, putting some day 3 pressure on these guys. With Zoen, the pole, happy to come along for the ride. Nine, 7 of clubs. And a good board for Katowitz here. Going to be a big favorite to win this one. Although that 9-7 does have a little bit of backdoor equity. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Potentially a candidate for a very cheeky check raise. At this stage of the tournament, unlikely to see people find it. What's Sebastian gone for here? Katowitz continuing small. Goes for 2 big blinds. Not so small, really. Could definitely even go for 1 big blind. Somewhere in the range of 1 to 1.5 big blinds is the usual standard here, although this sizing does do a good job of motoring through some of these types of holdings that have decent backdoor equity. Look at this from Zoen. Is going to use that backdoor equity as a check raise bluff here. Not really an awful lot that Katowitz can do with his jack 7 off. Doesn't have any backdoor equity at all, as he gets clicked by his opponent, representing all sorts of King X holdings, and gets the job done. Nice find there from Zoen. Politowski under the gun with the ace-jack offsuit. Makes it 120 to go. Garrity in the hijack, queen 9. Happy to relinquish that one. Katowitz looking interested. Steely glare across the table, eyeing up his opposition. You're going to spring into life here. Pocket 10s, that's why. Definitely a spot that deserves some consideration. Because whenever we enter the pot as a 3-bet, we have to decide whether we're going to go with the hand. Going to go for the 3-bet here. Putting some pressure onto his fellow countryman. Zoen out the way, Bozanowski out the way from the big blind, and Politowski now in a pretty tricky spot with this ace-jack offsuit. Don't really want to be playing too many peels out of position with ICM. You want to be either responding with a small 4-bet. Jamming is definitely on the table, but ace-jack feels a bit too middling for the jam.
950.
Reaching for chips here, could be seeing a 4-bet. Definitely an option to go sort of 750, 775, 800. Does let it go. And we are down to 19 on the ticker, and the elimination, Zandar. Player fabled for his 6-bet bluff jam last night in the cash game challenge with the ace-4 off. Putting in 1500 on a live read pre-flop and was absolutely spot on.
Trzeba mu grać, kurwa, no. Kurwa, co mam z tym zrobić? Zostawić ten milion?
Co, milion to mało? 20 BB?
15 blindów zostawiam, 14. A, 36. No, że się modlisz o flipa z walet, nie? Słucha? Modlisz się o flipa z walet.
Chciałem cię wyrzucać po prostu z jakiś tam. Trochę podaliśmy, że dzisiaj uznałem, że w końcu chcesz mnie pokarać może. Ale rozsądek zwyciężył.
Garrity getting a little bit on the shorter side after losing that pot versus Politowski. Schmitz with the ace-king. Folds? Really? Maybe we have the wrong graphics there, or he's just super tired. Ah, no, Schmitz is away from the table. That's why he folded. So missed out on a big spot. I don't know what he's up to, but not being at the table with 19 left on a day 2 seems a bit unruly. Bozanowski is going to continue his idea of this small blind versus blind raise.
Yeah. Like this one back.
With 2.2x. Politowski with the Jack-7 will come along for the ride. Getting such a good price in position, going to go down the streets with a relative amount of comfort. Doesn't flop anything, but Bozanowski here likely to follow it up with the C-bet, overcard, backdoor straight draw, two backdoor straight draws, and a backdoor flush draw as well, of course, and just happy to take it down with a small bet. No connection from Politowski's, merely semantics at this point, just kind of winding down the clock a little bit, and does let it go.
Jeszcze dwóch.
Możemy flipnąć. Będzie jedna.
Zostawiam tego na heads up, kurwa, co? Jakby się wydaje, to pewnie jeden z nas byłby w heads-upie. Tak? Myślę, że... Z 4? Może nie jeszcze.
Katowice, fresh off of getting the 3-bet with the 10s through,
120, 120.
versus his fellow countryman, Polotowski, holding ace-jack, so avoiding the potential flip, or post-flop collision, of course, and Smits getting out the way,
120 fold.
Zoen out the way as well. And Bozanowski, though, with the ace-jack. Ooh, and he looks like he's taking this one upstairs, button versus under the gun here. Putting some pressure on the shorter stack of Katowice, but it's not going to work out for him. Katowice has 40 big blinds. Let's see what he does here. Does he just ram it in? Does he go for the 4-bet non-all-in? Those are the main two options at this stage. The issue with 4-bet non-all-in versus a player like Bozanowski is that it feels from his general sort of style and some of the hands we've seen that he might even peel some 4-bets quite a lot, and we don't really want to collide post-flop, so he is just going to shove, and I think I like this option. Just happy to take down the chips that are in the middle. If we can get a hand like 10s to 3-bet fold, then that's a big result for us. Just clearing out equity. Not looking for any kind of collision post-flop, not looking to allow his opponent to realize equity, not looking to allow his opponent a good price to continue as well, just driving it through.
530,000. 1,530,000. 153. 7 call, showdown.
Did he call? What? A huge blow up late in the day for Bozanowski here. 3-bet calling ace-jack off for almost 40 big blinds. This will be a monster pot for Katowice if he can hold here. He looks nervous. Look at him. Can't believe what he's seeing. Is it going to be a 4 for a chop? No. An absolute donation from the Macedonian. Paying off the man. And I heard the word kurva. We all know what that means. I think he's saying something like, good lord, what was that all about?
Win or lead? Aka na dwa. Nie patrzysz na streamaku.
I can't believe what's going on. He's laughing to himself. It's kind of nervous energy. I mean, if the jack had come, that would have been a horrible beat for Katowice. Not really the best table etiquette, I think. Bozanowski clearly made a huge error there, but kind of pulling in the chips and laughing, speaking in Polish to his table mates. Not really. Wise guy, thanks for joining. Not really exuding class, I would say, as a kind of takeaway on that sort of post hand dynamic that we're seeing between the Polish players at the table. Are we going to be able to see Bozanowski keep his head in check here? He's still got a big stack, 1.7 million. Seems like you can almost see the steam blowing out of his ears. That look is not one of a happy man right there, as Gerety now in the small blind with the pocket 4s. Is he going to be jamming here, or is he completely under the illusion that he might not have the fold equity? It's just seen the very same player 4-bet jam. Sorry, 3-bet call, ace-jack off. So these fours, we need fold equity with the fours. We want to drive out some flips. And Bozanowski with the king-queen, sorry. Happy to get that one through. I think Garrity's in-game adjustment there to not shove the fours versus the player in the moment with the game flow kind of perspective, probably a solid choice. Big call from the Macedonian there late in the day, as we do see the ticker roll down to 17 left. So we've lost Davor Bojovic on the outer table. Alois Sprechter as well hits the rail. Zoen all in under the gun for 20 big blinds with pocket sevens. What's going on? Everyone's losing their mind here. There's just so many chips going in at this stage of the tournament. It is a disaster if you get called in this spot. There is nothing wrong with just raising the sevens. He's got 22 big blinds almost. Six-handed. Absolute craziness here. And Jamie Garrity has 15 blinds. Maybe slightly concerned about ace-king, which seems the most likely hand if I couldn't see the whole cards as I can as a commentator. But if I was sat there, I'd be thinking, right, my likely hand is ace-king, but maybe he's got an ace-jack suited. Maybe I want to flip here. Maybe there's a king-queen suited in there. Katowicz folds. And what's Smits got? He's got kings in the big blind. It's going to be a three-way all-in here at the end of the day. And this is the reason we don't jam the sevens for 22 big blinds under the gun. Deep into the tournament with all of these ICM pressures. If he opens, Jamie shoves and Smits cold calls it off. He loses 2 out of his 22 big blinds. Now he's lost almost the whole stack. He's got 20% equity to stay alive, but it feels like he's halfway out the door at this stage. Seeing some huge blunders towards the end of the day 2 here as the tiredness kicks in around the table. 9-4-4, no hope. Gonna need a 7 or an ace to change anything, and it's a 3 of diamonds, so somehow we lose 2 players on the last hand of the day 2 here. 17 on the ticker, 16 we're gonna make it through, but we've got 15, have we? Checking the system, no, 14 players left. We also lost Andrzej Jericzka, the Polish player on the outer table. He went out in 17th, so Garrity gets 16th with less chips than his opponent. Darius Zoen goes out in 15th. And I just want to reiterate how many strange decisions we've seen late in the day here as the tiredness kicks in deep into the night. 2:15 local time at the Banco Casino. And it's certainly been a rip-roaring end to the day 2 of the festival main event. You're going to be joining us tomorrow, I'm sure, for the continuation of play at 1 o'clock local time, so half an hour delay. We will be live around about 1:30. Come back for us on Twitch, come back for us on YouTube and all of our other streaming platforms, including Facebook, etc. Thank you very much for joining us here on day 2 of the festival main event. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. Looking forward to it, playing down to a winner and 77,000 euros up top. For us at the festival in Bratislava, it's good night.
Now we're going to bag the chips.
No. Okay, guys, you can count your stacks. We will bag it and tomorrow.
Nice. Looking forward to it. No to masz, nie?
3 060 000. A ty?
1 935.
Kto to chcel, aby som spravil?
Czy oni pakują?
Nie wiem.
My pakujemy?
My pakujemy czy oni?
Pakujemy, wszystko pakujemy.
My pakujemy czy wy pakujecie?
Ty pakujesz.
Ja pakuję.
Co ty pierwszy raz masz
So gentlemen, I believe you know może jesteśmy już VIP-ami?
Okay guys, chip count, name,
No już się
Steak.
kurwa nasiedzieli na styku.
Ty pakujesz, ja kontroluję.
Dawaj długopis.
First,
Name, chip count, and that's all important, I think. Count your steaks. Adam, Flor. Dagi, co jest za datum? Co jest za datum?
To je ta istá otázka, ale neviem odpovedať.
To nevadí. 23?
23 bolo.
Godverdomme, zeker fout.
Sorry?
No, that's every time wrong. It's what it is.
Okay. Ticket inside, chip inside.
4 million?
4.4.
Yeah, yeah, nice.
You didn't.
Very nice.
You didn't.